around a theme, and this year we're talking about humanity across borders. And that we'll be keeping in mind all our usual themes about ecology and so on. And just with that in mind, I just want to, I know some of you won't have heard the sad news this morning that we've lost one of the giants of Indian ecology, Valmiki Thapar, who was a personal friend of mine. Very sad news because he did so much to promote in conservation in India, the tiger, of course, being his beloved animal. I don't know if you visited his house in Delhi, but I've never seen such an archive of wonderful books and pictures, and who's made so many television programs. And let's hope there will be more to follow in his footsteps. But our condolences to Sanjana and Hamir today. But let's move on to our major theme of today's festival, and that is we're looking at humanity across borders. And I don't think there's been a time in my life when we felt more of a need to think about this. And today we're going to have some wonderful speakers. You've all got the programme. But Rahul, can I invite you up to really kick it off, as you're the great theme maker of this programme. And I'm also going to say thanks, of course, to Nilufer, who as usual does so much, but keeps always a bit in the background. Rahul.
Thanks, Rachel, stalwart of the Khushwant Singh Literary Festival. She's been with us for so many years, and we always depend on her. Well, this is the 7th Lit Fest that we are having in England. Since it's named after my father, Khushwant Singh, let me say something about him. He was born in what is now Pakistan, and though he had to leave when India was partitioned in 1947, he continued to have an abiding love for the village in which he was born, Adali, and where he went to school. He started his working life as a lawyer in Lahore and did his law degree from King's College, London, which is close by. Then he got disillusioned with being a lawyer. And when India got its independence, he joined the Indian Diplomatic Service and served in London and Canada. His memory of the terrible partition resulted in perhaps his most iconic book, Train to Pakistan, written when he was still in his 20s. It was also made into a film. But he got disillusioned with diplomatic service. He kept on changing jobs, I might mention, and then did a succession of jobs in All India Radio, the Indian Planning Commission, which had just been set up, and UNESCO in Paris. But he always wanted to be a writer, and his big break came when he got a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation to write a 2-volume History of the Sikhs. And he always felt that was a work that would outlast him for many, many years, and I think that is what has happened. He always felt, but his popular fame really came when he became editor of the Illustrated Weekly of India. And from about 40,000, I think, when he started off as editor, it became the most popular English weekly magazine in the whole of India, with about, I think, 450,000 copies a week. His column, which was called With Malice Towards One and All, became the most read column in all of India, translated into many Indian languages as well. And I think he kept it going even after when he left the Illustrated Weekly and was with other publications. And I remember when he was writing it for the Hindustan Times on that particular day when the column came out. The circulation of the Hindustan Times on that particular day rose phenomenally. And then I remember he had a problem with the editor, and the editor threatened to, take his column off. But the owners of the paper said, "Don't you dare, because we would suffer enormously, because on that particular day, the circulation really shoots up." The Lit Fest actually began in Kasauli, a hill station in the Himalayas, where he had a family home. We had a family home, and where Khushwant Singh did much of his writing. Kasauli is a military cantonment, and it was the brigade commander, Anant Narayanan, who encouraged us to start the Lit Fest in Kasauli. Now, that was in 2012. My father was still alive, but he was too old to travel to Kasauli. But we have tried to reflect in the Lit Fest in Kasauli and in England the passions and concerns that he had. They include concern for the environment, concern for preserving our heritage, education of the girl child, but above all, he was a great proponent of increasing people-to-people contact, and in particular, improving relations between India and Pakistan. Now, as you know, just recently we had a big flare-up between India and Pakistan, and it came close to an all-out war. Luckily, everything cooled down, but that was when we started questioning whether we could have the Lit Fest at all. But then we decided that we had already earlier on decided the theme of the Lit Fest, which was humanity across and beyond borders. And when we thought about that, we said we must continue the Lit Fest, and which we did. And I'm glad we've got people coming, so many people coming here, and also I'd like to say that I'm told there was some train disruption, but yet we've got enough people here. Despite conflicts and strained relations between India and Pakistan, our aim remains the same: to promote more people-to-people contact between all countries, and thereby strengthening the common bonds of humanity and freedom. Bridging divides through people and people contact. I'm repeating that over and over again, people-to-people contact, but that was something which my father was very passionate about. Linking humanity, building bridges of humanity, which link us all across borders. And when I was writing these notes, I was reminded of that great song by John Lennon. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Imagine all the people living life in peace. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will be one. I'll end on that, but before I end, I'd like to call to the stage those people who've been helping us so much all along. Zarir Kama, Zed Kama, Amit Roy of Eastern Eye, and Pushpinder and Chand Chaudhary. Are they here? I'm not sure, but they've all been helping us. And Shetty, Mr. Shetty from Oxford, Neelaj Shetty, isn't it? Yeah. And Amit. Yeah, please come up on stage. Amit, you will start off by saying something.
Sorry, just give me a second.
Yes, thank you, Rahul. Well, at Eastern Eye, we are very happy to support the Khushwant Singh Literary Festival, partly for personal reasons. Rahul has been just about my closest friend in Bombay. When I talk about Bombay, I'm talking about the old cosmopolitan Bombay. Rahul would say, are you free this evening? We'll go and to an art exhibition and a book launch, and then dinner, all in the same evening. And dinner in Bombay is always at midnight. But before I met Rahul, just after we had married, my late wife and I met Khushwant Singh when he was editor of the Illustrated Weekly of India. And he invited us to have lunch with him at the Bombay Gymkhana. The Bombay Gymkhana is a very special place. It's a meeting of journalists, and it reflects a place where all sorts of people come together. And then Rahul referred to History of the Sikhs. So obviously we read the column, but the History of the Sikhs is a scholarly work, and I often refer to it. And the characteristic of Khushwant, although a lot of people have said a lot of things, was that he listened very carefully, and he had a particular way of dealing with people. I remember reading a review by Khushwant, book of poems by a poet from Pakistan. He said, "Poems are excellent. She's also very pretty." On a flight to Delhi, there was a cabin crew, and she said, "Do you know, the one person I want to meet in Delhi is Khushwant Singh." And I said, "Well, I happen to be going around for drinks." So we went through at 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. And so Khushwant looked at us coming in, and his words were, "Amit, you know how to get round me." Now, coming to Eastern Eye, we are very happy to support it, partly because we say that we are the voice of British Asians. Like the Khushwant Singh Festival, we try and use our paper to bring the community together. And one of the areas that we focus on is books. And the trend that has changed over the last 20 years is that many more books are published here. We had our Arts, Culture and Theatre Awards last Friday, and we began in 2016 with just Best Book, then we went into fiction, non-fiction, and then we added history last year, and then we've added crime this year. So it gives you the trend, and compared with people like myself who grew up with Enid Blyton and Shelley and Keats, so that when we came to England, we found that we were more English than the English. Now the trend is that more people are writing their stories here, and a very good thing is many more people are writing their memoirs in Britain. So we couldn't be happier than to support my very good friend Rahul and Nilufer, remembering his dad with great affection, and we look forward to supporting them again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul, very much. Thank you, Nilufer, as always. I think this year's theme is actually very important for the simple reason that, in my view, I think that the changes that are beginning to take place in the world today are not just changes. These changes are absolutely tectonic. These are the kind of changes taking place which took place in the past after the First World War and after the Second World War. And if we think that what is beginning to happen now is just ordinary change, I think we've got a lot more to think about, because these changes are going to be fundamental. we've all known about a unipolar world, we've known about a bipolar world, we've even known about a tripolar world. But what we're going into, in fact, is a multipolar and a multipolar world. And how we navigate that world across borders and things like that is going to be very, very important. It's not going to be easy. I think it's going to be very tough. There's going to be a lot of fallout. There are too many people who I think I meet, and I'm sure you'll meet, who think that this can be managed very easily. I don't believe it can be managed that easily. It's going to have to take enormous effort and an enormous sense of history as to what took place in the past to be able to handle what's going to take place in the future. And I think it's festivals such as this which talk about cross-border empathy, which are very important to be able not only to understand, but to be able to deal with what is going to take place ahead of us. I don't want to sound as if this is all doom and gloom. It's not necessarily doom and gloom. It's just that it's going to be enormous change. And enormous change, as you know, is very uncomfortable. And that has got to be handled. And I think it's festivals such as this and discussions such as this between countries, across borders, which are going to play a very important role in learning from the past to take ourselves into the future. So I'll end with that. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Neeraj, and I'm representing the Oxford India Centre for Sustainable Development. We have this immense pleasure of hosting the Khushwant Singh Lit Fest in Oxford for the first time. It's on Tuesday, the 3rd of June. I'm here just to welcome all of you. And if possible, on Tuesday, we begin at 5 p.m. Please do come to Oxford. I wasn't fortunate enough to have ever met Khushwant Singh. I was introduced to him, like many of us in the room, through literature, through history, growing up in school. So there's nothing more I could add, but I'm glad that we can host a bit of literature, a bit of these memories in Oxford. It will be at Somerville College, again, one of those colleges in the university, traditionally, which is known as a very elitist space, has always been open to a more inclusive student body, has one of the longest connections with India, pre-partitioned India. It was the first women's college in Oxford, so it was radical in itself, started in 1879. And since then has done continuous work to make sure there's representation of students across different disciplines, but also a more diverse body. And I recognize that I'm standing in my alma mater and I'm saying this, but nothing can beat SOAS when it comes to diversity. So it's great to have learned these values here at institutions like these and take it to spaces like Oxford and try to make them more inclusive. So I hope all of you have a nice time today, but also try and make it to our first ever edition in Oxford on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I should add that last year we went to Cambridge, and this year we're going to Oxford. And I'd just like to add some of the people who have made this LitFest possible. One is, of course, the Arts Council, and people who helped us and who made us continue. Navtej Sarna was the High Commissioner here, Indian High Commissioner here in London, and he's the one who said, why don't you have a LitFest in the UK, because your father not only graduated from London, King's College London University, but he also worked here, and a lot of the values that he got in his life came from England itself. So thank you, Navtej Sarna, for having suggested us. Zareed has already talked to you. Mayfair Hotel has been, again, somebody we have to thank, and Inder Neil Singh, because They helped us out when we were in a big jam. And then we've had people like Rashmi Jolly, Heather Elgood. I'm not sure whether... Yeah, Mandeep, please come up, because he's the latest person who has said that he would be helping us a lot. He's a very unusual entrepreneur, I should call him, but somebody who's interested in books and I think an admirer of my dad. So after I just finish mentioning some of the people who've helped us, I'd like Mandeep to also say a few words. And okay, so I've been asked to give the floor to Mandeep. Come, Mandeep, please say something.
I'm not going to stand between you and literature, promise. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, Nilofer, and the rest of the people who have put this piece together. This time I'm an avid learner and a silent listener. Maybe from the next time onwards, I'll be a lot more vocal on the mic because I just love the mic. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead. See you around.
Well, already in that introduction, I can already feel so much going on, and an exciting group. My role today, though, isn't you're not going to hear much from me, luckily, but I am here to be the enforcer. So I'm here to enforce time limits. Now we're already running a little late. And because I think we're all here because we love literature, I think I'm going to push everything 20 minutes late, and you're going to have a shorter lunch break today. Sorry about that. But let's see how we get on. But I'm very excited. Somebody's already mentioned the Bombay Gym, and I was lucky, 35 years ago to meet Imtiaz Thakur there. Of course, we were children at the time. And to become great friends. And her work here in the UK has been incredible. And today I'm thrilled that there's going to be a launch of the Poetry Archive, a tapestry of South Asian verse, with Imtiaz, Seni Seneviratne, and Rishi Dastidar. And it's going to be hosted by Robert Theater, is that how I Sisa, is that how I say it, who we've heard speak here before about the launch of Poetry South Asia, which celebrates and honours the canonical writers in English and who define the modern poetry of the region. And these poets come from many places and spaces around the world, and the connection brings these voices to life, describing the vast and vital imaginative legacy they all share. So I'm going to invite you on stage, Robert and the poets, and you have 45 minutes, which I will enforce.
Great, thank you so much, and it's a delight to be back here at the festival. I came last year, and I got such a warm welcome, but importantly, it's even a greater delight to launch our biggest project of the year for the Poetry Archive, the Poetry of South Asia, coming up on the screen shortly.
Just give me a second.
Just a bit of introduction for those of you who may not know the work of the Poetry Archive. I'm the chairman, but really I'm just the front man. There's a whole gang of people behind me who've done all the work, and we'll be celebrating and thanking them duly. But just about the Poetry Archive, it is... Here I am. Poetry Archive is the largest charity that curates and preserves and collects contemporary poetry. That's what we're really about. It does have very early poems. It has Tennyson, it has Browning, but principally we're about the 20th and the 21st century. Over 1,000 poets in the collection, 25,000 poems, and 5 million hits every year, adding up to a cumulative total of 65 million since we were created in 2005 by the then Poet Laureate Andrew Motion. But really, what we are about, in essence, is about the poet's voice. And it really resonates with the theme of this conference. It's about hearing, communicating, understanding the voice of the poet, the cadence, the music, the breath. And that's the uniqueness of the Poetry Archive. But we're absolutely delighted to be here because this really transforms the archive and makes it global through this project, the Poetry of South Asia. So what I'd like to do in this session is just quickly take you through the website, which is a digital portal. It's free for everybody and accesses voices from across South Asia. And then we'll have some live poets on stage. So, onto the site. So, the theme is Tapestry of Voices, and we've taken that visual motif as an aesthetic for the site. So you have a whole different range of sections, 4 sections, pioneering poets, voices from home and the world, evolving future voices, and underpinning it all, the making of the site. And it's clear, it's easy to use, it's all about giving people a route into this vast resource of poetry. But let's begin with the beginning. With the major poets. So, of course, we begin with Tagore. If you slide along the bottom of the site, you have a list of major poems and poets. And then you merely click on the poet of your choice. And we'll go, of course, to Tagore, the father of Indian poetry. And you'll hear a section of curated poems in the poet's voice. That, again, is the uniqueness of the site. You also have a biography that gives the social, the literary, the cultural context for those students and researchers who want to know more about the poets in place and time. But let's begin with one of the defining poets,
where the mind is
with
without
Tagore.
fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of youth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habits, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake.
One of the defining poems in the creation of modern India. Here you have the biography supporting it, and then let's hear another voice from the pioneering years, the voice of Nissim Ezekiel, who is a more contemporary poet who brought humour, he brought contemporary India, and a vaster reach to the poems. Here is The Night of the Scorpion.
Night of the Scorpion. I remember the night my mother was stung by a scorpion. 10 hours of steady rain had driven him to crawl beneath a sack of rice. Parting with his poison, flash of diabolic tail in the dark room, he risked the rain again. The peasants came like swarms of flies and buzzed the name of God 100 times to paralyze the evil one. With candles and with lanterns, throwing giant scorpion shadows on the sun-baked walls, they searched for him. He was not found. They clicked their tongues. With every movement that the scorpion made, his poison moved in mother's blood, they said. May he sit still, they said.
And we were delighted to have Naidu in the collection. That voice comes from the British Library. So we've also curated voices from different archives from the British Library and from the BBC where I work. On to the second section, voices from home and the world. Poets from Vikram Seth to Sujata Bhatt. And again, the format is the same. You scroll along the bottom for the poets, you find the poet you want to hear, and in this case, we'll hear a short extract of The Stare by Sujata Bhatt, about the encounter between man and
stare.
animal.
There is that moment when the young human child stares at the young monkey child who stares back, innocence facing innocence in a space where the young monkey child is not in captivity. There is purity, clarity. There is a transparency in the stare which lasts a long time. Eyes of water, eyes of sky. The soul can still fall through because the monkey has yet to learn fear, and the human has yet to learn fear, let alone arrogance. Witnessing it all, one can count eyelashes, one can count the snails in the grass while waiting for eyes to blink, waiting to see who will look away first. Still, the monkey looks at the human, not in the same way he would look at leaves or at his own siblings. And the human looks at the monkey, knowing this is some totally other being. And yet, there is such goodwill, such curiosity brightening their faces. I would like to slip inside that stare.
I would like to slip inside that stare. And now into the future. Poets evolving, a continuing list of poems, and we will be expanding this archive as well. Poets from Rishi Daftidar up right along to Daljit Nagra. And you're getting the format now. You click on the poet and you find the poem you want to hear. We've chosen here the poet Bam Kapil because she contextualizes her poem. And this is one of the things, one of the richesses of the archive, is that the poet will often speak about the influences, the provenance, and in this case, it's the multiculturalism of the diaspora community. Here's Banu Kapil and Collude.
My name is Banu Kapil. I was born in the United Kingdom, but lived for a long time in the United States. And now here we are again, here I am again, here we are again, together, a kind of together. I'm just going to read some poems and perhaps say a little bit before each one. The first one is called Collude. I think this was a commission, I can't quite remember, but there are references to the part of Colorado where I lived for a long time, the Valentine City, which is Loveland, Colorado. And there's a reference to a cup of coffee in Longmont. There was Highway 66, which transgressed Longmont. And it was said that there on the corner, somewhere near that corner where 287 and Highway 66 cross, Jack Kerouac, it's in On the Road, once pulled over or got out of the car he was hitchhiking in and lay down for a nap, I guess, under a tree, a cottonwood tree, somewhere on that corner. And so the institution where I used to teach, not so much an institution as the remnants of an institution, it was called Jack Kerouac School of Disembodied Poetics, part of Naropa University in Boulder. So this was on my commute, and I loved stopping at this coffee stand on that corner on the days when I was teaching, just to grab some coffee and commune with Jack Kerouac. There's a reference to Pinky, who became, a few years later, Pinky Agarwala, star of a science fiction vignette that was published as part of Unknown Language, a collaboration with Hildegard von Bingen and Hugh Lemmy, or vice versa. So those are some of the references. Collude with the Anemone Zero. Drink 12 ounces of coffee in Longmont. Are you parched? Is your name Pinky? What colour is the skin of your inner arm? Creamy? Valentine City Rebate, a box of chocolates from Safeway. Yours, 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 in its entirety. Don't collude with your inability to give or receive love. Collude instead with the lining of the universe. Descent, rotation, silk water, brief periods of intense sunlight striated with rose-pink glitter. The glitter can only get us so far. Here we are at the park with the asphalt, Airstream Tupperware, veins, some nice light stretching. Call me. This is a poem for a beloved who never arrived.
It was Banu Kapil and Collude. And lastly, we wanted to underpin the archive with the story of its making, the aesthetic choices, the editorial choices, and a whole raft of different resources if you want to know a little more. Interviews, there's an interview here with Sujata Bhatt, with Pascal Petit. So more, for people who want more from the site, there's a depth of archive research and assets here. And here a shout out for Devi Chatterjee and our fantastic team of volunteers. We could not have done this site without their support, enthusiasm, expertise and passion. So a really big thank you for them. And now we're going to move on and hear some poets in the room. So Imtiaz Darka doesn't need any introduction. She is the acclaimed poet, she's a trustee on the Poetry Archive Board, and she's really the guiding spirit behind this fantastic project. So will you welcome to the stage Imtiaz Darka.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert, and thank you all for being here at this great launch of the South Asian section of the Poetry Archive. I'm so pleased that the Poetry Archive is doing this, bringing these voices from all over South Asia together. And I was lucky enough to meet Khushwant Singh, and I think he would have been pleased to see the way that poems speak to each other across borders in this archive. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to read many of my own poems, just maybe one or two, but I want to read from other poets in the archive that I love, or from a wish list of people that may come into the archive not far in the future. So this one's The Sari by Moniza Alvi, who was born in Lahore. Inside my mother, I peered through a glass porthole. The world beyond was hot and brown. They were all looking in on me, father, grandmother, the cook's boy, the sweeper girl, the bullock with the sharp shoulder blades, the local politicians. My English grandmother took a telescope and gazed across continents. All the people unraveled a sari. It stretched from Lahore to Hyderabad, wavered across the Arabian Sea, shot through with stars, fluttering with sparrows and quails. They threaded it with roads, undulations of land. Eventually, they wrapped and wrapped me in it, whispering, "Your body is your country." That's Moniza Alvi. And, of course, I can't move forward without saying that on the wish list, and very much on the way to becoming part of the archive, because we've already sourced a couple of places that we can get recordings, is Eunice D'Souza, who's not with us anymore, but we will be able to bring back the voice. Advice to women: keep cats. If you want to learn to cope with the otherness of others. Otherness is not always neglect. Cats return to their litter trays when they need to. Don't curse out of the window at their enemies. That stare of perpetual surprise in those great green eyes will teach you to die alone. Eunice D'Souza. Eunice D'Souza, great. I think I'll read one more by her because I just love it so much. Pilgrim. The hills crawl with convoys. Slow lights wind round and down the dark edges to yet another termite city. The red god rock watches all that passes. He spoke once. The blood-red boulders are his witness. God rock, I'm a pilgrim. Tell me, where does the heart find rest? I'll read one from a Bangladeshi poet who is very much on the wish list. A Golden Bowl by Mir Mahfouz Ali. What's this? I'm invited to a great feast, but here I stand, lost in the yard amongst officials in tailcoats, luring me to a boat moored onto the shore. They are the ones appointed to lead me to the treat. How have I, of all men, women, and sick children, deserved a lavish dinner? The whole country is in turmoil. Houses are on fire, blood in the rivers, roads are deserted, shops are closed. Weeping at every doorstep, and I have been chosen to represent this people, to put their case at the banquet. The women came to me with clay pots. How can I stand before them with a golden bowl that's totally empty, shaking in my hands with shame and dark regrets rise up in my soul? What am I to do now? How can I ferry them over to the feast? And I'll end with just one of my own. I would often, grew up in Glasgow, born in Lahore but grew up in Glasgow. And I'd often find my father bringing me something in a brown paper bag that in that place didn't just look as if it was from another country, but from another planet. How to cut a pomegranate. Never, said my father, never cut a pomegranate through the heart. It will be blood. Treat it delicately, with respect. Just slit the upper skin across 4 quarters. This is a magic fruit. So when you split it open, be prepared for the jewels of the world to tumble out, more precious than garnets, more lustrous than rubies, lit as if from inside. Each jewel contains a living seed. Separate one crystal, hold it up to catch the light. Inside is a whole universe. No common jewel can give you this. Afterwards, I tried to make necklaces of pomegranate seeds. The juice spurted out bright crimson and stained my fingers, then my mouth. I didn't mind. The juice tasted of gardens I'd never seen, voluptuous with myrtle, lemon, jasmine, and alive with parrot's wings. The pomegranate reminded me that somewhere I had another home. Thank you. Thank you. I have now the great pleasure and honor of introducing our next poet, Seni Senivaratne. Her heritage is English and Sri Lankan. She crosses borders and also crosses art forms, poetry, digital art, theatre, music, one of those people who enrich the planet. Her collections are published by People Tree Press, Wild Cinnamon and Winter Skin, The Heart of It, Unknown Soldier, The Go-Away Bird. Unknown Soldier was a Poetry Book Society recommendation and a National Poetry Day choice. Her poem, A Wider View, was included in the GCSE syllabus. And one of the poems of hers that I love, and it's one of the poems on the Underground, is called The Weight of the World. And that was one of my favorite poems on the Underground. She also co-edited a great anthology of Tamil Sinhala and English poetry out of Sri Lanka with Vidyan Ravinthiran and Shash Travet. And that received a richly deserved special commendation from the Poetry Book Society. So, Seni.
My last collection came out in October 2023, and since then, every reading that I've done, public reading I've done, I've always begun with a poem by a Palestinian poet, and I'm going to follow that tradition now. Hiba Abu Nada was a Palestinian poet, novelist, and educator who was killed along with her son in an Israeli airstrike on her home on October 20th, 2023. She was 32. The poem is translated from Arabic by Huda Fakhruddin. Not just passing. Yesterday, a star said to the little light in my heart, we are not just transients passing. Do not die. Beneath this glow, some wanderers go on walking. You were first created out of love, so carry nothing but love to those who are trembling. One day, all gardens sprouted from our names, from what remained of heart's yearning. And since it came of age, this ancient language has taught us how to heal others with our longing, how to be a heavenly scent, to relax their tightening lungs, a welcome sigh, a gasp of oxygen. Softly, we pass over wounds like purposeful gauze, a hint of relief, an aspirin. Oh, little light in me, don't die, even if all the galaxies of the world close in. Oh, little light in me, say, enter my heart in peace. All of you, come in. Right. I wrote this poem in May 2024. It's now day 603 of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. This poem is for Gaza. I walk in the rain to black rocks in search of a poem, though my head is full of slogans, though I ask myself, what use is a poem when no rhythm can soothe the countless children carrying the label WCNSR, wounded child, no surviving relatives. When no line length can contain the grief, no rhyming couplet can provide a reason why this is acceptable to anyone. Bare branches hanging from granite clefts remind me of scorched olive trees, and beneath them there's a shape in the rock like a child swaddled in a shroud. There's no peace here. There's no peace. No peace. No matter how many of us are calling out for it. I'm going to read a poem now from the anthology. I'm worried that you're using up my time with your clapping, so please. I'm going to read a poem from the Sri Lankan anthology. It feels very appropriate because it's a poem by a journalist as well as a poet, and I realise that Khushwant Singh was a journalist too. It's by S. Bose and it's translated by Shash Trevitt, who is also featured on the Poetry Archive, as is Vidyan Ravindran, who is also a co-editor. It's called Now. In that time of convolutions, marked by the violent weeping of children, dust-covered legs climb ceaselessly until time annihilates them. Tears, sighs, and despondency clothe the disjointed faces of the people. Dust-bound legs are robbed of their treasure. Now the sky is no longer blue, and angels no longer gain their wings. Behind the smoke, the dust, and the ashes of remembrance, little children stand begging, mocking time, while spinning towards them ferociously comes a time which will subsume all dust and ash and smoke. Life disintegrates in the depths of their eyes. I'm going to read now Imtiaz's favourite poem, as she said, The Weight of the World. The world feels very heavy at the moment, and this is a poem about my mother. The Weight of the World. Oh, how they blew like vast sails in the breeze, my mother's wet sheets, pegged hard to the rope of her washing line. There was always hope of dry weather, and no need for a please or thanks between us as we hauled them down. Whether to make the fold from right to left or left to right, to tame the restless heft, my job to know. I won't call it a dance, but there were steps to learn and cues to read. The give and take of fabric passed like batons in a relay race. She was my due north, her right hand set west, mine tracing the east. We closed the distance, calmed the wayward weight, bringing order to the billowing world. How much time have I got? 2 minutes, okay. So I'm going to read 2 more poems. One of the things that I'm talking to a lot of people about at the moment is the fact that it's very hard to respond to distress of the things you hear on the news. This poem I wrote in 2006 after an Israeli airstrike on a village in Lebanon, after Kana. I saw the lunchtime news, and now my arms ache with the dead weight of children, whose bodies, one by one, out of the rubble, I have not carried. My fingers clench against one shoulder and under the bent knees of a dead girl, whose body in pink pyjamas I have not lifted, her head thrown back, her eyes closed against the dust, whose cold hand against my chest I have not felt. Despair lands like a bloated pigeon on the acacia tree, drags down delicate branches, scatters the leaves. Hope disappears over my garden wall like a dragonfly as the leaves of the Virginia creeper turn red too soon. And underneath the trellis where the jasmine creeps, the buddleia drips with purple tears and the butterflies don't care. And to follow that, the habit of hope, because I still believe we need it. Though it's sometimes nurtured by the naming of birds, mine's not a thing with feathers, but more like measured footfall on a slow walk to the hide, the moon a crescent in morning sky, putting one foot in front of another towards the promise of a stillness, which is more like hovering, the way a hummingbird hovers, 50 wing beats per second, savouring moments of colour, collecting nectar in small sips, playing a part in the bigger picture of survival. It is, after all, what I leaned on, this habit, this year, when every month seemed to bring bad news, and I held my breath, waiting for results of one kind or another. You see, my dad taught me years ago, even when there's no cure in sight, when the pain has invaded your bones and your leg can't press the clutch, you don't give up. You swap your manual gears for automatic and keep on driving.
Thank you, Seni. They're all my favourite poems now. I'm delighted to introduce Rishi Dastidar, who's a special kind of poet. His first book, A Ticker Tape, one reviewer said, it gives essential insight into what it is to be alive in Britain today. Dastidar's debut full-length collection marries project management and social media, politics with good old-fashioned unrequited love, and clearly shows a fresh, original, and important voice. His latest publication, his latest collection, is a hobby of mine. Rishi Dastidar.
Thank you, Imtiaz. And good afternoon, everyone, just to get that bit right. I'd like to start by celebrating someone in the collection who probably doesn't need much celebrating because we all know him, but he's quite an important part of my artistic backstory. Vikram Seth. And in particular The Golden Gate, his first novel, but sometimes gets overlooked because it's written in verse. I discovered it by chance in what was the Dillons bookshop in Oxford. I think it was 1999 or so. And it blew me away because I'd never seen anything quite like it that could tell the story that it told, do it in verse and do it so perfectly and cogently and dazzlingly. And I think as a book it speaks to our theme as well, because he has taken Pushkin's famous form, he has taken the ideas of Onegin and transplanted them to 1980s San Francisco and the dawn of the yuppie age. And I have been transfixed by it ever since I first read it, to the point at which whenever I see a copy in a second-hand bookshop, I have to have it. And I currently have about 5 copies going, much to my partner's chagrin. But for those of you who aren't familiar with it, let me give you a few stanzas from it so you get a flavour of it. And this one in particular, almost every Friday night I think back to it. 1.6. It's Friday night. The unfettered city resounds with hedonistic glee. John feels a cold cast of self-pity envelop him. No family cushions his solitude, or rather, his mother's dead, his English father retired in his native Kent. Rarely responds to letters sent, if rarely, by his transatlantic offspring. In letters to the Times, he rails against the nameless crimes of the post office. Waxing frantic about delays from coast to coast, he hones his wit and damns the post. Ask me afterwards, I will bore you about the particular technicalities that Pushkin set in this particular sonnet scheme. And I've been writing something similar recently, and this next stanza sort of gives a flavour of the reaction that people have when you tell people that you are embarking on such a task. 5.1. A week ago, when I had finished writing the chapter you've just read, and with avidity undiminished, was charting out the course ahead, an editor at a plush party, well-wined, provisioned, speechy, hearty, hosted by, long live, Thomas Cook, where my Tibetan travel book was honoured, seized my arm. Dear fellow, what's your next work? A novel. Great. We hope that you, dear Mr. Seth, in verse, I added. He turned yellow. How marvellously quaint, he said, and subsequently cut me dead. I encourage you all to go and find a copy, and frankly, if you come up and ask me, I might give you one of those spare copies that I have going round. Right, let me move to a few of my poems now. This first one you will find in an anthology that recently came out, published by Dahlia Books, called Bring Me Gold, 50 Poems for Palestine. The poem is called A Symmetry of Relics. Bring ourselves to the table, cruets filled with dust and dust. If this was a copy of a copy of a copy of pain, that decays. You'd call it a wildflower doctrine, but that would make it pretty when you are Fortinbras returning to rearrange the rubble again. Everyone has a pandemic lockdown poem now. This is mine. It's called Tao. Are you bored yet? Bored of your desk, your window? The same vista, not even a breeze to make the starling fly faster? I am bored of performing when I should be meeting. I don't know where my eyes even go anymore. Only boring people are ever bored, a boring person once said. And sure, my imagination isn't locked down. But then all I could think about was being on a dhow right now. A Kamal for a heart, a Latin the only future, the infinite same different from this. I can't even swim. Imtiaz was right when she said there's a lot of unrequited longing in the first book. And I'll spare you the 220-line title poem, which is probably the one that does it most. But this one in slightly shorter, condensed form gets a lot of that across. It's called Writ. If I was Henry VIII, I'd reform my state, give up my horses and plate, wrap you in a cloth of gold, marry you 5 more times. Or maybe the better ruler to be would be Shah Jahan, so you'd get a Taj Mahal, but then you'd be dead. And you're best not as a star chamber or tourist tomb, but unrolled parchment, waiting for the laws that will bind us. And let me take my leave with this, which I think you will pick up as we go along. I won't try and explain it to you. It's called the Raj Recreation Big Tent. Imagine an elephant wearing a top hat. Except you don't have to imagine it, as that is exactly what is happening in the Raj Recreation Big Tent, arriving on a blasted village heath near you quite soon, in a secure, socially distant manner, of course. I mean, who does not want to see an isosceles triangle that thinks it's a continent but can't even manage to keep a dragon jaded, instead become all super streamlined at warp speed into a future in which it incarnates itself as progress maximised and then wraps it all in licenses and tops it with a taxing bow? Meanwhile, the audience in ones and ones chunters and guffaws under Union Jack face masks, pausing only to wonder how a bloke wearing a cloth of salt had enough give to gab up the place before stuffing some more coronation chicken into their India Pale Ale, and then wahey! What's a black hole, a famine or two, a cricket test between friends? Odd how each of those started with a policy diktat. What happens if they're not quite right for us? This is the thing about making the world pink. You leave everything tender, scarred, and flaking. Still, what a show, eh? Thank you very much.
What a great celebratory flourish to finish with. Thank you to all our poets. Thank you for listening. If you want to know more about the Poetry Archive, do come and talk to us. And also you can go on the QR code. But I do want to introduce our team, because it's a very small team, and they've done a fantastic job in bringing this archive to life. So where are you? Tracy, Maggie, Oakley, and Fiona. Huge thank you. Do seek them out in the break. And talk to them about the Poetry Archive, talk to them about this project. We want to evolve it, promote it. We want everyone to know about it. So if you can help us, we'd be ever grateful. But thank you for listening, and thank you for all your attention.
Well, you see, poets keep it concise, and they were 5 minutes under time. So congratulations to our poets.
I'll go back and thank a few more people.
No novelists today, I think. Well, that's a tough act to follow, and I can see where most of my summer's going to go. Wow, that's incredible. And I hope people will encourage people to use that as teaching as well as for your own youth. We're now going to shift gear a great deal and have a talk called Politics, Privilege and Purpose, which I'm waiting to come up, which Reshmi Ria is going to introduce, still chair. And I've got a little blurb here, which I'll read to you, which says, the much acclaimed Quarter Life addresses rising Hindu nationalism, examines the forces that shape political belief, democracy, progress, radicalisation, majoritarianism, modernity and tradition. Coming back, the Odyssey of a Pakistani in India narrates observations and impressions from India on how ordinary people perceive the adverse political climate between our two countries to reach out and connect with each other based on our many cultural commonalities. And Devika Rega and Shoaib Gundapur are going to be speaking. So may I invite everybody on stage? I've got one person here. Come on, I'm looking for 3, 2, 3. Brilliant. So welcome, and I'm going to give you 45. Oh, I've dropped somebody. Sorry, I'm misidentification. Here you are. Brilliant, Reshma, welcome. So welcome, 45 minutes. And are you going to take questions at the end?
Yes,
so if you could keep it to 40 and then we'll have 5.
My timekeeping is in the
Well, I mean, I can get nasty.
Rachel, before you go, this is for you. You never asked me to give this to you. Yeah, thank you. What do you like? Like Imtiaz, I was fortunate enough to meet the late Khushwant Singh as a somewhat precocious 12-year-old who wrote poetry with a rather pushy mum. My mother somehow manufactured a meeting with Khushwant ji in his flat in Delhi, and he actually read through my poems and wrote about them in his column with malice towards one and all. Yeah, so it was lovely to find myself here so many years later, invoking his spirit again. Yeah, keep going. So I'll just briefly tell you about our 2 acclaimed debut writers today. So Devika was born in Pune, and she's a graduate of the universities of Mumbai and Iowa. And Quarter Life, her debut novel, won the Matrubhumi Book of the Year Award and the Ramnath Goenka Sahitya Samman for Best Fiction. And Quarter Life is a novel set in New India, told mainly from the perspective of 2 brothers, middle-class educated westernized brothers, Naren and Rohit, and Amanda, who is a young American woman who is in India working in an NGO slum. So the novel is a fascinating commentary on the sweeping changes affecting India and the sort of dichotomy between, social media and consumerism, rampant consumerism on one hand, and this whole sort of tussle with a sort of rising sense of religious and tribal and parochial prejudice as well. And we'll talk, of course, about that when we discuss it. And then sitting next to me is Shoaib Gundapur, who describes himself as a world traveler who lives between Dubai and London. He was born in Dera, Ismail Khan in Pakistan. That's northwest in Pakistan, yeah. And he's a chartered accountant by profession, and this is his first travel memoir. So Coming Back is a unique reflection of his travels across India, viewed through a Pakistani lens. And it, in a way, I suppose it captures the spirit of this festival because, Khushwant ji was all about fostering compassion and empathy across boundaries and borders, especially between India and Pakistan. So I thought maybe we can start with giving you a brief flavor of the two books. So maybe, Divya, would you like to give a reading, maybe a brief excerpt, bearing in mind the time constraints? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna. Hello.
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually going to read a small bit of the very last chapter, which is the only chapter in the book told from a first-person point of view. The season, of course, was winter. The vapor in the air stung like dry ice and smelled of camphor. Slowly, Varanasi appeared through the mist, its faint ramparts and shikharas the color of dirty bone. I had arrived in the city at dawn, and warmed by little more than a steaming cup of milk and a prickly sweater, I stood on the terrace of Sita Guest House surveying the Ganga. 9 months after my father died, I learned of his request to have his ashes scattered here. It seemed quaint, to say the least, from a man whose ancestors had lived for generations on the southwestern coast of the country, who was born in Pune, studied in the States, raised a family and a small business in Mumbai, and for whom faith was such a private affair that when I asked at the age of 7 if God existed, he told me to find out for myself. I knew from the small but cherished library in his bedroom that, as a young man, he had read several religious texts, including the Bible, the Gita, the Quran, and some works of Zen Buddhism. But he had also read Darwin, the Russian novelist and existentialist thinkers in vogue during his student days, and a prolific range of histories. And while I hadn't forgotten the quiet relish with which he would remind us that the idea of Swaraj and the man who wrote our constitution were both born in our state, he was quick to distance himself from Marathi people he considered extreme, like the Maratha sons of the soil or staunch Chitpavan Brahmins, as opposed to his own privileged subcaste that he never mentioned except with some embarrassment when asked outright. A year before he died, once politics was no longer beyond the purview of dinner table talk, he clarified his position as an unapologetic liberal.
Thank you, Devika. And what about you, would you care to share?
Yeah, before I read a passage from my book, I'll just provide a bit of a context. As a Pakistani visitor to India, I visited 4 cities, as the visa is restricted to certain places that you can only go to. You cannot just roam around wherever you want. Besides visiting those 4 cities, a big part of my travels was about, as Reshma said in introduction, I am from Dera Ismail Khan. So a big part of my quest was to go find people who had migrated from my hometown to India at the time of partition, and to connect with them and to see how they had preserved the memory and culture of our hometown. So to put this in context, I'll read an excerpt from this Dera Ismail Khan connection in particular. So, who lives in Derawal Nagar after all? Another day and another clue to investigate in my pursuit of the science of Dera Ismail Khan in Delhi. My next stop was a neighborhood by the name of Derawal Nagar, a name that held a lot of promise. I had read a brief one-line description of this place somewhere on the internet, that it was a housing colony established by the Indian government to settle refugees from Dera. But why did the government feel the need to have a separate neighborhood for the people of Dera Ismail Khan? Did they create separate neighborhoods for immigrants from every district? On the road to, I'll skip this. I arrived at the housing colony. Walking in the street along the row of houses, I could not find anything that distinguished the neighborhood from any other. I asked a couple of passers-by about the history of the neighborhood, but they were clueless. That was not a surprise. Among the Derawals in Delhi, those who had actually spent time in Dera Ismail Khan before partition and remembered it were on the verge of extinction. The owners and occupants of the houses must have changed in the last 7 decades. Perhaps the new residents did not care about the origin of their neighborhood's name. In a side street, I came across a real estate broker's office. I walked in and informed the man inside about the important mission I was on. He proved to be helpful. He directed me to a Hindu temple 2 streets away, where, according to him, I would have a good chance of finding the oldest inhabitants of the colony. I walked to the temple and saw a Hindi signboard on the adjacent building saying, D.I. Khan Seva Samiti, which means D.I. Khan Service Organization. It looked like I had found the place I was looking for. I stepped into the building and found myself in what looked like an admin office. Framed photographs of important people from the community adorned the walls, some of them garlanded. Of D.I. Khan was written below the names of most. The gentleman sitting behind the desk looked incredulous when I told him that I had come from the city, after which the whole neighborhood had been named and built. Phone calls were made, more folks from the community were called in, tea was ordered, kachoris were served to the man from Dera Ismail Khan, who had come to meet the natives of his city who had been forcibly separated from it. One young man went out to fetch the only elderly gentleman of the neighborhood who had actually lived in Dera Ismail Khan. When he arrived, he embraced me. He said he was only 5 when his family left home, leaving behind everything. Do you know about Sotewa legally? He asked me. That's where our house was. He went on to ask if the said street and house still existed. I assured him I would look for it on my next visit to my hometown.
Thank you. So both books are, in a way, a testament to the tumultuous times that we live in. They reflect a subcontinent that's in the grip of socio-political and economic change. And also, in a way, I suppose it reminds me of what Picasso said about art, which I think is equally true of fiction and of literature. And just to paraphrase him, he said that a writer is also a political animal, constantly aware of events that are occurring around him, around the world. Writing was not invented to decorate bookshelves. It is both an offensive and a defensive weapon. So bearing that in mind, I think that brings us neatly to the themes that we'd like to discuss today. So I thought, Devika, coming to you first, Quarter Life is a complex, multilingual, multi-layered really, not multilingual, it's written in English, exploration of a country in flux and in transition. And I feel and the sense of place and displacement and the sense of what entails a home forms quite a central crux of the narrative. Mm-hmm. And I suppose for me, what was interesting as a writer from the diaspora, for us, the sense of home and displacement or misplacement is an underlying, thesis to our sort of exploration as fiction writers. The home is a very fluid construct. It's built almost, the sense of belonging is built on shifting sand in a way, and we are constantly in an act of translating our identity, trying to prove who we are, sometimes even to ourselves, because we are, everything is always placed in context. Yes. And even though your book is rooted, partly in America, but also in India, I sense that there was the same sense of displacement within the fiction, within the narrative flow. One of the strong voices is Amanda, who's a young American woman who finds herself in Mumbai working in an slum, in an NGO slum. So she is questioning her own identity because she feels this sort of, the bottom has fallen out of her world in a way when she finds herself in this new location. And then similarly, the 2 brothers, Naren leaves America and finds himself in India trying to rebuild it again in his sort of shiny image. And similarly, his younger brother, Rohit, who is experiencing almost like an existential alienation from the rich, privileged life he leads in Mumbai. So maybe could you talk a little bit about this idea of home and the sense of place? Sure. I know these are very deep questions, but would you like to talk about it?
talking of the idea of home for those three characters, it's very different for each of them, and I don't know if we'll have the time, but maybe I can start with Naren, since you brought up the diaspora. And so Naren is a young man who's the first generation from his family to move to the US, and he's someone who went to an IIT and was an engineer in India, and then does his MBA in the US and has a life there as a consultant. And there's a point at which this life has soured for him, and he's scrolling through his social media feeds, and this is a year that's reminiscent of 2014. And there's something about the election euphoria, about the Bharat Party coming to power, that suddenly makes him recognize that the antidote to this malaise that he feels in the US is basically to go back to India. And the way that decision occurs to him is not that I want to go back to my country. He says, I'm going home. And I think this question of what is this home that he's going to is something that the book actually opens with. And when I try to answer that in the context of this character, Naren is somebody who grew up in the 90s. This was the time when the markets had liberalized. There was all this euphoria about India going from being the beggar of the world to one of the fastest growing economies. But if you're someone like Naren, if you're considered among the best and brightest of your generation, there was still this assumption that you just went west because there was a kind of bigger fortune to be made over there. And so Naren comes west, and of course, things aren't looking pretty. The dot-com bubble is burst, the markets have crashed, tribalism's going up. And so he faces a kind of xenophobia that leaves him disillusioned. And meanwhile, I think, what's happening in India, the markets are growing, then you have a sort of slight slump, and someone like Narendra Modi comes to power on the premise that he's going to be the outsider who storms the establishment, makes the elites clean up their act, and brings back to India that great dream that someone like Naren had seen growing up. And so in a way, that is the vision that's bringing Naren home. And so home it's a mix of economic opportunity, social parity, a healing of all those wounds that you mentioned. But in this book, I also wanted to talk about the darker side of that. I mean, Naren is also coming back to India because it's a place where his caste and his class will serve him. It'll make him the kind of person in some ways that he felt oppressed by when he was on Wall Street. And so there's a point where he recognizes in himself that he's really come back to reign. And not long after, there's a character in the novel who says, home is a place where you can be comfortably racist. And so I think this idea of home and the way it gets politicized by projects like Hindutva is also something we need to be wary of, because those wounds are there, and then it's projects like this that make something out of it that's very unsavory. Yeah,
no, that's true. Home is such a multi-layered comment. It's such an emotive word, and in these sort of troubled times, and where we are all sort of products of shifting boundaries all the time, I think it takes on a unique definition in its own way. So coming to you, Shoaib, the title of your memoir is Coming Back, and that sort of implies a sense of return or homecoming, and that obviously it's very sort of, it surmounts, all this sort of latent hostility, and sometimes not even latent, so overt hostility between the two nations, India and Pakistan. So could you sort of elaborate on your encounter with India and the emotional resonance that it had with you? I know I think earlier in the book you said that you looked in a mirror or something and there were places that reflected back to you, the places that you had left behind. So there was a kind of shared cultural and historical memory almost kicking into life. So did you feel a sense of otherness at all in your travels?
Yeah, sure. So the title of my book, Coming Back, it's a kind of a paradoxical title because it was my first physical visit to India, but there was a sense of, in my interaction with people, like kind of a welcome or reception in a way of someone who is anticipated. And this is basically coming from when I went to a restaurant and the waiter said to me, "Bade dino baad aaye," like it took you a long time to come by, as if like he was expecting me. And I think that was kind of became the undercurrent of my visit. So you started with the question of home, right? So I think there was a lot of Of course, everyone knows that the cultural commonalities and are there. A lot of people who visit India had migrated at some point, or their forefathers had migrated. But that was not my case, because I belong to a place in Pakistan for generations. But still, visiting India, I was kind of a personal quest for finding pieces of home there. That was in the form of people who had migrated to India from my place, and also from like intergenerational storytelling, because I speak about my maternal grandfather, Babaji. When we were young, how he used to speak about how he used to visit the parts of India, how their family was established there. So there was a sense of like going and reliving or seeing what he had seen and what I had heard from him. So what I felt was that even though I'm not from that land, but through the intergenerational storytelling and through this memory or pieces of home, I think the concept of belonging, because home is a place to which we belong, right? So the concept of belonging to a physical place, or when we talk about home, like it's a birthplace or the place we are from, it's not just limited to that. It also comes from memory passed on. It also comes from stories you have heard. It also comes from a lot of cultural commonalities that you may find in a place that you're visiting for the first time, but it reminds you of home. And then it can create a paradoxical situation, like as if you're coming to home, but you are going to a strange place at the same time.
Right, yeah. In fact, my father was a child of the partition, and some years back before, I mean, he's no longer with us, but he did visit his childhood home in Sargodha, just outside Lahore, and he visited the family who lived there. He had a lovely meal with them. They gave him a tour of the house. So I think that was really one of the defining moments in his life. You know, it was like reclaiming the past and, sort of making it tangible again. So now, I think talking about home and displacement and misplacement in some senses brings us neatly to the idea of national identity. And that I've thought was, the meaning of national identity in a post-colonial society such as India and Pakistan. I think that's something, that we could talk about at length probably, but we'll obviously limit ourselves. And for members of the South Asian diaspora, I think when we talk about India and Pakistan, I think, at least personally for me, it's almost like an abstract concept. There's a nostalgia and there's like a maternal tug of memory. But, and we may be all too aware of the changes going on, but it's almost like we are interpreting it at a sort of second-hand, it's a second-hand view of things, which is quite frustrating at times because we feel we are, in a way, entitled to pass judgment. But really, we're not there. We're not in, living in the skin of the country, so to speak. We're not there sharing the blood and sweat. We are removed. But of course, that doesn't mean that that emotional pang isn't there when we hear about things. But of course, our reality as diaspora, as part of the South Asian diaspora here, is assimilation and not differentiation. Our reality is rooted here in the present and the now. And but I suppose, Shub, in your sort of view, do you feel that Pakistan has a sense of self? Is it a country that is still finding its feet, or is there a more sort of a regional identity that is at cross purposes with the idea of this holistic, is there like a Punjabi, distinct Punjabi, or, Northwest Frontier, or a Pathan identity? Did you, in your travels through India, did you experience a sense of national pride? And did people say that, when they found out where you were from, did they say, I'm a proud Indian, or were they more saying, are you a fellow Punjabi or a fellow Pathan? So I think we'd be interested to hear that.
There was a mix of experiences. Yeah. There was a bit of everything, because I think we have a lot of this conflicting feelings about our national identities existing. I can speak better about Pakistan, as I'm more familiar with that. But there is a national Pakistani identity, and that's also a project taken over by the state sometimes, that once a new country is born, then they have to reinforce that identity somehow by emphasizing what is considered conducive to the national identity of what the state feels like. But then there are also a lot of sub-identities, and sometimes they get kind of glossed over. For example, but at the same time, at individual level, our identity has so many layers. Like, I'm a Pashtun, then I was born in a Muslim family, then I have a Pakistani passport. But I also feel connected to the broader South Asia and Afghanistan, because our ethnicities and all of those are not always confined to the political boundaries as they are, right? So to your question about when I went to India, I had a mix of interactions, and there were places where when I introduced myself, I'm from Pakistan, I was met with with a lot of like bonhomie and a lot of welcoming, but also places where people were like trying to prove that how India is much better off and a better place than the place where I come from. There will also be indifference, or there will also be like kind of not willing to engage, but which was a bit different from the stories I'd heard from people who had been to India before me, 10 years before me, 15 years before me. Because we often hear that there's no problem between the people, it's just the politics and the governments that have a problem with each other. But the unfortunate thing is that once a state picks up a line and then that's fed through the media to the people over and over for years and years, then eventually it seeps in, and then it becomes the problem of the people as well. It just does not remain the problem of the governments and politics only. But it also tells us that it can also be reversed in a similar way. It's just that where the political interests lie, if the political interests lie tomorrow in friendship or peace, and then the same message is fed through the media for years, then people's feelings will also can perhaps revert back to how they were a few decades ago.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things we inherited from the British divide and rule. So probably, it sort of plays on that. So, Devika, in your book, what I really felt was this strong sense of Marathi, identity and pride, It's an awareness of the Maharashtrian cultural pride, and, there are frequent references to the historical figure of Shivaji, how he defeated the Mughals, pride in Marathi language at the expense of Hindi or even English. And one of the central sort of conflicts is between this sort of Marathi rustic Omkar, a figure of Omkar, who's very proud of his Marathiness, if you will, and he is pitched against the two urbane, sophisticated, English-speaking brothers who live in this, really flashy apartment in Mumbai. So, what would you say? Could you expand on it a bit? Do you feel that there is a growing sense within India of these sort of, maybe a South Indian identity, or maybe a Tamil or Telangana, or maybe these are very broad, but especially in the context of Maharashtra and Marathi, do you feel, with the growth of Shiv Sena, maybe, is that a factor very much at play today?
Definitely. I mean, I think the different regional identities in South India have always been strong. Yeah. I was quite taken with what Shoaib said about these different registers of belonging, where at one time you belong to a family and you belong to a neighborhood and a state and an ethnicity and a country. And I think one of the things that I tried to look at in the book was what happens when two of these identities might be in conflict within you. So there's this character of Omkar, who's a young man from semi-urban Maharashtra. And he has this very strong identity as a lover of Shivaji, as someone who sees himself as the son of the soil. It's interesting why he doesn't vote for the Shiv Sena and gravitates towards the BJP. Oh my, right. I'm just using all those words right now. But a character like that, and there it's very tricky because the Shiv Sena has really mobilized a particular caste vote within Maharashtra, and Omkar does not fall within that caste. And so it creates a space for a party like the BJP to woo him. And I think, and one of the places where there's this constant tension within him is that on the one hand, he's very drawn to this idea of a Hindu brotherhood that has left somebody from his caste out. But then on the other hand, like he just, there's also this inner sense of I'm a Marathi man, and who are these Hindi-speaking people from the heartland who are coming here and telling me how I should be and who are politicizing Ganesh Chaturthi, which is a Marathi festival. He feels this very strong and earnest sense of faith towards Ganpati, whom he thinks of as Bappa, and he gets quite annoyed sometimes that people in his own right-wing organization are using that as an occasion for political gain. And so he has these selves that are kind of like running up against each other, which were fascinating to me, because when we think of the Hindu right in India, we think of it kind of as this monolith, like this 80%. There's no 80%. It's just a compendium of a whole lot of fragmented people kind of pulled together by this ideology. And I think when you recognize that, you also see where the fault lines are in that project, and you don't give it further strength. And the last thing I'll say in this is, one of the things that really fascinates me in India is every time there's a riot, you would think following all that kind of bloodshed, the right wing would not come back to power in that place, right? Like, should not they be punished in some way? But it's actually always the opposite. Like, you have a riot in the slum, and the next thing you know, it is the Hindu right that's coming to power again and again. And one of the ways in which that works is that a situation like a riot flattens all registers of belonging. Someone like Omkar may be walking through the street in a riotous night. It doesn't matter whether he's Marathi or whether he's Hindi or whether he's... If he's a Hindu, he's dead. And so that's one of the ways in which... And so the next morning, is he going to care about, should I revolt against the organization I'm a part of or not? No, if he's Hindu, he's in. If he's not, he's out. And so I think there's the way in which these ideological projects have all these restless energies within them, and often violence can become a way to flatten those and reign supreme. Right. And so I think that's one of the things that, one of the aspects.
Yeah, no, I think that's brought out really beautifully, very poignantly in your book. But also what was a strong sense of a lost generation of this sort of affluent middle-class youth, who are very, who have often been educated in the West, who live a very affluent lifestyle courtesy of hardworking middle-class parents, who are English-speaking, who experiment with drugs, who are quite liberal in their morals, and they form this sort of almost like a top of the food chain, who are quite divorced from the reality of maybe the Hindu heartland, as you say, So there's that sort of constant unease, that they're both sort of working, rubbing against each other, isn't that? Yeah, and if you read the book, you'll see that Devika really, brings out this in great depth and with lots of nuanced, actually, definition of, this struggle, the conflict between the urban youth and this sort of rural. And both India and Pakistan have both sort of I don't know the exact statistics, but I think they're one of the most sort of youthful populations in the world. And, it's interesting to see this direction. There's sort of two-headed monsters going in, meeting, clashing, and then going their separate ways. And one just wonders how...
Yeah, I mean, if I can just speak to that point, since I missed it in my previous answer. I mean, there's a point where Rohit, this younger brother of Naren, gets very fascinated by Omkar because he thinks of him as this kind of more authentic than himself. And Omkar, of course, is also mutually fascinated with Rohit because Rohit, in some way, his desire to befriend Omkar is really the embodiment of that dream of being equals because we are Hindu brothers. Regardless of our caste location and our class location. But towards the later part of the novel, Rohit's fascination starts to extend to Omkar's sister. And Omkar is a moment of recognition where he knows that Rohit will not ever date, let alone marry his sister, because the class parity is too high. And so there's a way in which I think these different projects, it's like like what ideological projects offer kind of bends or get warts when it meets things like caste and class and privilege, and I think that's certainly a part of the story.
That's true. And what about coming to Pakistan, Shiv? Do you think there's sort of religious fervor in Pakistan? Is that sort of the preserve of those who are economically deprived, who are not as educated? Do you feel it feels like it fills a vacuum of unfulfilled promises by the nation's leaders? Is it similar to India in that sense, or?
I think the religious fervor when it comes to Pakistan is we often say that like not a purely religious party has never come to power in Pakistan. But that does not take away from the fact that religion has been used a lot by the state and the establishment to kind of further its agenda and to kind of stoke some of the sectarian feelings in the society. So who are the main takers of the religious fervor in the society? I would say perhaps it's more the middle class of the country. And while we say that, I mean, they don't come to power, but still it's embedded in sort of the power structure. And when we say about the religious fervor, I think the primary affectees of that are the minorities, and it does, even if in the governments or the parties that are like kind of do not have an overtly religious agenda, but there is some inherent disfavor to certain sections of the. So I think the takers of those are, again, I would say perhaps not. It's not necessarily an economic question that the have-nots are eager takers of such themes, but it perhaps permeates through the classes more towards the middle and lower middle classes. But I think what we call the haves or the upper classes are always, I think, in favor, regardless of which direction the state or the religion that takes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. But so how has your book been received in Pakistan? You know.
So the book has just come out about a month ago. It's the interesting thing is that it came out just before the recent clash happened between India and Pakistan. It was featured in some of the media, but surprisingly, like it was not viewed in the context of the current conflict, or was not affected by it in the sense that I am speaking about cultural connections and reaching out and peace and transcending beyond boundaries at a time when the nationalistic fervor is so high. So that's kind of fortunate that it is the message is still being well received, and even to this day, people who are reading it are kind of appreciating the message of the book, which, I mean, the book is not overtly political, but by avoiding politics and by talking about building bridges and peace and emphasizing the cultural commonalities, I think it's a political message by itself, even if it does not talk about politics overtly.
And similarly, Devika, do you find has Quarter Life been translated into regional languages? And it's quite a critique of the present regime and of the socio-political makeup of fabric of India. So do you find that because it's written in English, it's been sort of restricted to the privileged sort of English-speaking urban class cities? Is that something that you wish to change? Yeah.
The book came out in 2023 in India.
Right.
And of course, my publisher was nervous before it came out, but I think if you're a debut in English fiction, you're just really quite under the radar, and no one really cares. I spent like 8 years really closely shadowing young men in right-wing organizations in India to write this book. One of them right now heads the ABVP, which is a student organization of over 3 million members. And he had been closely involved in my research, and at the end of it, he just was like, will you send me your book and everything? I said, sure, I'll send it to you. So I sent it to him, and he read the first 15 pages, and he was very happy. He's like, "Arey, koi tension nahi, ye to koi nahi padega." So, which is basically to say, like, I'm not worried at all. Like, who's going to read all this English? Now, for what it's worth, I definitely wrote the book hoping it would be translated, and that those kind of, that should not be what holds it. And when I was writing it, I didn't hold myself back from really exploring a very regional grain of Indian politics without regard for whether this would be picked up by somebody reading in the West or somebody reading. It wasn't about the reader. It was just about going as deep as I could into my inquiry on this book. And since then, two things have happened. One is the book has very slowly crept west, which is strange because it was rejected by publishers in the West for the longest time. And there were people carrying it out from India. So like a 4 copy showed up in Waterstones at some point, and my English, you know, there was like this kind of black market thing moving for a while. And finally now it's got picked up in the US and UK. It's, you know, there's German and Italian translations coming out. I'm very happy to say it's not edited at all in the West. The book that's being read here is the book that's being read back home. And I think I read a lot of detail in Western writers and don't see it as parochialism. I mean, I'll actually open a guide to see where the street is. So it's nice to think that there's some appetite for that in the reverse. But the last thing I'll say is I'm very sad to say there have been no translations of the book in India. And it's been very hard to get that. We've been trying for 2 years. A Marathi publisher came on board, tried to find translators, and then finally backed out because the translators said it's too sensitive. You know, you don't want lines on Shivaji and the Peshwas and all that running around in Marathi. And so that's a challenge we're still facing. And, you know, I'm going to keep trying. But, yeah, that's where it's at.
Now, this actually reminds me when my novel, Still Lives, was published in India. And, you know, there was talk about, oh, should we get a regional translation? And then the publisher also said that, oh, you know, it's about, you know, this couple having an affair in England, you know, do you think people will be interested really in this? And it's about, you know, we have enough, you know, battles of our own. Yeah. We don't really want to read about immigrant families, you know, eking out a living and going through some.
I don't think you should listen to your publisher.
I know,
find a good translator.
Yeah, that's true. So, so now maybe just coming back to the inspiration, you know, you said you were inspired by the 2014 elections in a sense, and growing up in a sort of, you came of age in a very politically turbulent time. And similarly, what about you, Shoaib? You also, what inspired you? What made you go through all the legal and bureaucratic loopholes to get the visa, to register in the police at every
There's
stage?
an inspiration for the journey, and then there's a separate inspiration for writing the book about it.
Sure.
Inspiration for the journey was, I think I have traveled a lot to many countries, but I don't think I have felt so much curiosity for any other country as I did for India, because of all that, or my perception of it, all that I heard about it growing up, then realizing that where we were in Pakistan, that was once part of India, and all those things. And when I went to India and the experiences I had there, and like that I spoke about earlier in terms of finding pieces of home and my interactions, I thought it was too precious for me on a personal level, not like to let it fade away from memory. So it was a desire to just document like a kind of a personal memories, and then it just kept flowing, and then it was gathering dust for a couple of years before it got the form of a book. And then it came out at a time of conflict between India and Pakistan. So unfortunately, while it's published in the UK and in Pakistan, but I was in advanced negotiations with an agent in India, and they were happy to take it. But even before the conflict, they said, is there a way that you can remove the name Pakistan from the title?
No.
Yeah. They said you can talk about Pakistan inside the book, but don't write it on the title. And then this incident happened in Pahalgam, and then I reached out to the agent again, how is it going? And they said, don't even talk about it now. But I somehow still managed to get it independently made available in India, so people in India can still find it, but I don't know how long it will stay that way.
Okay. And very briefly, what about you, Devika? What inspired you? You know, I know you did exhaustive research, and you spent many years. So it was, in a sense, a real labor of love.
Yeah, I mean, I'm myself a child of the 90s, and so, you know, I think a lot of what came to the fore in the 2014 election has been around since my childhood, like whether it was, you know, sort of posters of Ambedkar replacing Gandhi on walls, or whether it was kind of all the American channels on TV when I was growing up, or like post-Babri Masjid, it was just very regular to have bomb blasts on trains. And so I think there was this sense that there was all of this stuff that had been quotidian in my life, and it suddenly felt inaugural. It was like, oh, this is what it was kind of adding up to. And so I think that it was just that moment. Like I felt I had so much to reflect on, and so much that I had missed, that I just had fallen through the cracks through my early short stories and poems, many of which dealt with some of these things, that this novel became an occasion to really fill in the gaps.
Okay, thank you. Do we have time for?
No,
No. Okay. So let me conclude. Let me conclude by. Actually, let me finish the conversation with a quote from Banu Mustaq. You know, she just won the Booker Prize for International Booker Prize for her book Heart Lamp. She says, "In a world that often tries to divide us, literature remains one of the last sacred spaces where we can live inside each other's minds, if only for a few pages." So in that spirit, I urge you to buy all our books, spread the word, and maybe, you know, they will catch you, but, you know, we'll be around. So if you have any burning questions, you know, please do feel free. Thank you again. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you to our three speakers, and also to remind you that books are for sale here in the lobby. I'm sure you all walk past it, so please do make the most of a chance to get hold of them. And we're going to now have our last session of the morning. I'm looking for Rashmi Roshanlal and Peter Soutouris.
Exactly, yeah. Reverse, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Let's have a little. Hi. Sabi, can you just... Oh, my daughter's here. Sorry. Oh, could you take that? Yes. Oh, thank you. Sure. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, do you have to pause with the...
Right, so I'm going to push everybody. There's a lot of movement going on, but I really need to get people to start this last session.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Could I ask the previous speakers? Thank you.
There's always time, is always a precious commodity. Running away. Yeah.
So our last session before lunch is called Reimagining Development.
You have to have lunch.
Well, if nobody's interested, I needn't bother talking.
That sort of went down.
Honestly, I need a bit of crowd control in here, I really do. So our last session is Reimagining Development, and it's bold directions towards a thriving world, a vision towards a more equitable future for all humanity, and not just the industrialized nations. It's time for transformative ideas to go mainstream. So I'm glad to introduce Rashmi Roshanlal is talking to Peter Soutouris. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I can see the halls emptying rapidly. But I hope we draw some people back, because this is actually going to be a fascinating conversation. And it's very much in line with what the previous panel was talking about. They were talking about stories across cultures, cultural connections, cultural chasms. And we have here today Dr. Peter Soutouris, who is talking about that big bugbear, Western development, and how do we do it without the Western bit, across boundaries of culture and stories and narratives. So I'm just going to start by just telling you a little bit about Peter. His job title is Lecturer in Climate and Development at the University of Leeds. On the university site, he describes himself, his areas of expertise, as follows: social movements, future imaginaries, environmental justice, environmental anthropology, environmental and sustainability education, ethnography, India, Nepal, South Africa. That's a lot. Peter's written 2 other books, Visions of Development, which came out, I think, 9 years ago, 2016, and Educating for the Anthropocene, 2022. And today we are going to be talking about, as I said, reimagining development in the context of multiple stories and many worlds. So, Peter, my first question to you, is this book a great big rescue plan? You're rescuing the very idea, the concept of development from the terrible legacy that it has, because it is regarded as the intellectual and political heir of colonialism.
Thank you for that great question and for that introduction. And before I say anything else, I should also acknowledge my co-author, Uma Pradhan, who is currently in Nepal, so she can't be here with us today. And also I'd like to acknowledge Michael Dwyer from Hearst, which published the book. Yes, I think you've picked up on a very important theme of the book. In conversations about development, the debate often gets very polarized. You've got, on the one hand, proponents of development whose jobs depend on the development industry functioning and thriving. And on the other hand, you've got academics like myself who tend to be very critical of development and dismissive of it and argue that it is a form of colonialism, it is a form of the West controlling the rest of the world, and that it is ethically not justifiable. What this book tries to do is to bridge that gap and to try and get past the kind of polarization that drives that debate. So maybe I'll just read a paragraph that
Sure.
speaks to that point. Our book builds on a long and rich tradition of critiquing development, while we are inspired by and indebted to the many brilliant thinkers who came before us, and we borrow some of their concepts, particularly from the post-development school of thought, we do not believe that development ought to be consigned to the dustbin of history. As much as it is rooted in painful histories of conquest, colonialism, dominance, and oppression, after all, it is an intellectual heir to the civilizing mission colonial empires used as a pretext to control and pillage much of the world, we believe there is more to it. If colonial dominance forms one part of development's DNA, hope for a better future and solidarity with those less fortunate form another. Like everything human, development is flawed, an outcome of the complex, self-contradictory human nature and decades of competing ideas and agendas, of the intertwining forces of wisdom and ignorance. The work, we believe, lies not in trying to erase it, but in reimagining it.
Yeah, exactly. But let's just break it down a bit. In the previous panel, it was very striking when the novelist Devika, she was saying one of her characters, he grew up in an India in which the only way to have a better life was to go west. She used that term. She said, go west, that phrase. So that is considered the developmental model. All development is supposed to be a march of progress towards certain things. How do we stay Indian or Pakistani or Sri Lankan and also develop? How do we do it?
So that is where this idea of imagination comes in. What we argue in the book is that when you actually look at the history of the idea of development, it was not initially associated necessarily with the West or with a particular model of development. It was associated with imagining a different future. It was a way of thinking about what the future could become, a kind of potential that we see in the world. And that potential can take many different forms. I mentioned in the quote that I just read, post-development school of thought. When people hear that phrase, something that gets used a lot in academic courses about development, they tend to assume that post-development means we've sort of moved away from development. But in actuality, what it means is revisiting the roots of the word, revisiting what the word actually means. And we argue in this book that what it means is imagination. Imagination is something that is universal, that we are all born with as human beings, but at the same time, it takes different shapes, different forms in different cultures, in different contexts. And I think if you think of development as a form of imagination of the future, then the contradiction that you're pointing to, between the sort of so-called march of progress and being culturally Indian or Pakistani or Sri Lankan, that contradiction disappears, I think.
Yeah, but you quote in the book this Mexican activist, Gustavo Esteban. And very interesting quote in which he says, for 2/3 of the people on the earth, development is what they are not. So how do we address that? I mean, it sounds like something, an impossible goal to get to. And what does development even mean?
Right.
What does it mean to be developed?
Right. So if you'd like a full answer to the question, please read the book.
Absolutely, highly recommend it.
It does take a few hundred pages to really answer that question.
Yeah,
it's quite difficult to do that in a few sentences.
No, I understand.
But I guess what I would say is, in some ways, what we are trying to do with this book is a series of provocations, to kind of destabilize what people assume development to be. So, without any spoilers, when you get to the final chapter and to the last sort of few pages of the book, we actually talk about this idea of degrowth, which is a relatively new idea that has come up in activist circles and in academia, where for environmental reasons, for the kind of unsustainability of our current civilization and way of life, the argument is that we actually have to degrow rather than grow, meaning that some aspects of our economies actually have to shrink rather than continue growing. And what we do in those last few pages of the book is to actually argue that development and degrowth, which on the surface look completely incompatible, actually are allies. They're actually in a way getting at the same thing. Because again, if you go back and you sort of peel the layers of history of sort of thought about development, what you discover is that the common theme is the good life. Development as the good life. Now, what does that mean? When we look at research in economics and psychology, we can see that up until a certain amount of wealth, people do get happier as a result of being more wealthy or having more material possessions. But beyond the point, that relationship breaks down. And actually, beyond the point, the wealthier we get, the more material possessions we have, we actually start becoming unhappy. And so clearly, material wealth is not the solution to the good life. Of course, one needs to have their fundamental basic needs met, right? We are not disputing that at all. But I think this obsession with growth as a sort of panacea to all the ills of the world is clearly misplaced. Also because we see, including in places like India, that growth is often very uneven. It tends to benefit a relatively small group of people at the expense of the rest, and growth often is accompanied by huge inequality. So, what we are suggesting is that what we really need to revisit is this idea of the good life. And again, the idea of the good life is culturally situated. It's going to mean different things to different people based on their cultures, as expressed through things like poetry that we heard this morning. And we actually argue in the book, I think quite powerfully, for the need to think through things like literature, things like poetry, when we think about the good life, as opposed to economics, numbers, statistics. So really kind of diversifying the conversation by trying to introduce different kinds of knowledge, different ways of thinking about the world that go beyond the kind of traditional ways of thinking about development.
Yeah, in fact, we're slightly later, we're going to definitely have you read perhaps, or at least close the circle for us on storytelling, statistics, and the developmental sector by using the example that you have of a poem from the Marshall Islands. They've been subject to so much devastation because of US nuclear testing. And of course, there's climate change. And so Peter and Uma have this poem in which the the climate activist and poet, she is actually dreaming of a different future, but perhaps Peter will talk about that. One thing that did jump out throughout, and you have quoted it many times, is the development economist Amartya Sen, the Nobel laureate, his manifesto for the development agenda, which is that it's about creating a life that people have reason to value. But, you know, to create a life that people have reason to value, well, there's so many different people and their values are so different. So how does one actually do development in the sense of surely there must be some core principles that we would align towards? It can't all be smash and grab, do what you want.
So this is a question that we try to deal with in the book, but it is a bit of a tightrope because what we are suggesting is that imagination always implies different possibilities. There isn't a single route. There isn't a kind of a single track, you know, that we all follow. And we suggest that one of the ways that development thinking and development practice has gone wrong is that it has basically narrowed down this imaginative space into something like the West, right? Everybody trying to emulate the West. And so if that's the argument we make, then of course it's tricky for us to then go and sort of be prescriptive about what else we should do and try to offer up models of development which you know, we think should replace that Western model. Because fundamentally what we are saying is that there are lots and lots of different models, and this very idea that the same model should apply to the whole world is flawed. And so we do need to have different, you know, the word development does need to mean slightly different things in different places. Having said that, of course, there are certain things that we have in common. You know, we are, at the end of the day, all human. For all our cultures, for all our histories, for all our languages, we do share certain things in common. And you know, Amartya Sen has done a lot of work on that. And you know, what is it that we need to flourish as human beings? I think, you know, where we come out on that question is to suggest that one of the ways that we as human beings flourish actually is to exercise our capability to imagine. That is actually part of being human. And therefore, you know, if I'm living in a world where I have absolutely no say over the future of that world, maybe I do live in a country which on paper is democratic and I can go and vote, but you know, all the political parties are basically offering me, you know, something like emulating the West, right? You know, so there's no meaningful choice there. That actually human flourishing, and you know, we have this expression on the cover, thriving world. Human thriving is partly dependent on the ability to exercise our imagination. And so, you know, development models that are bottom-up, that are opening up possibilities for people to imagine different futures. And, you know, we do give a few examples of those in different parts of the world in the book, that those would be the ones that we would advocate for, you know, ones that embrace this plurality of the futures, not a single future, but multiple futures.
In fact, you talked about the examples. Perhaps you could give us one or two, because it'll help us see what you mean.
Sure. So we do have a chapter in the book which talks about development action, and we make this distinction between development work and action, which is something that comes from Hannah Arendt's work, where Hannah Arendt has distinguished between work and action. Work being something that is quite predictable, you know, that we do as a result of the way that we are conditioned in society, and action being something that is quite unpredictable and novel and new and breaking away from those patterns of work. And so we talk about this idea of development work versus development action. And in the chapter on development action, we go through a series of examples of what we consider to be exemplars of development action, of groups of people that have done something radically different, that have broken away from this established way of doing development. So we look, for example, at Rojava, the autonomous region in Syria, which has a really interesting track record now in sort of self-management of a territory, which no other country recognizes politically. But you've got this really incredibly interesting model of governance, mostly run by women, where education and health is the core of what that we can't really call it a state, but what that political unit is trying to achieve. We talk about various kinds of grassroots collectives. So there are a number of examples of women's collectives in India that we look at that center storytelling as a way of coming up with solutions, where policy is a reflection of stories rather than statistics or these kind of hard facts that come down from the state. We look at countries that have implemented cash transfer schemes that are trying to contribute to the dignity of human life. So they're not just trying to keep people alive, but they're trying to go a little bit beyond that. And we look at the history of trying to do that in Mexico and in South Africa. We look at Black Lives Matter as a movement, and what lessons does that have for how we do development? And in particular, we look at the importance of sort of grassroots level decision making. How were decisions made in that movement? The importance of listening. So anyway, I could keep going on, but
yeah,
there are quite a few that we look at.
Well, Black Lives Matter movement in the past. So all of these things that you talked about, they seem narrow and small. Would you say that some of these big measures of development, gross domestic product, then there used to be under Amartya Sen's, on his watch, the Human Development Index was created. And then occasionally there's this very quirky one that we talk about, which is the Gross National Happiness Index, though really it's not really used. I noticed recently that a development think tank in the United States has been talking a lot about comprehensive wealth, something like that. Is there not one measure now that we can use, or is it only these small, one place has a certain set of stories and so it guides policy? Is there not one measure that we can use for development, or should we not have one measure?
So there are these multiple competing measures. We do look at that in the book a little bit. They all are quite imperfect. I mean, I would certainly argue that something like the gross domestic product, we're way past that. I think that is something that has been discredited over and over and over again. And personally, if I hear about anybody using that as a proxy for development, that person has lost all credibility in my eyes. So, but something like the Human Development Index, I think, is more nuanced and certainly captures a lot more complexity. Again, it is a little bit of a one-size-fits-all. And the other problem with these measures is that the measures are only as good as the data that we have, and there are actually lots and lots of blind spots. Many times the data is extrapolated from quite limited evidence, so they are highly, highly imperfect. We don't mean to say that they have no place. I certainly wouldn't say that something like the Human Development Index has no place. I think it has a place. But I think it's, chapter 6 of the book talks about this idea of radical humility, that fundamentally development is so complex. It's one of the most complex topics, arguably, that as human beings, as human civilization, we have engaged in, in our time on this planet, that it really deserves a kind of humility in how we approach it and how we think about it. And so I think what I would hope is that even if somebody who is a sort of hardcore economist who strongly believes in these measures were to read this book, that they might come away with that sense of humility of, okay, this measure might be useful in some circumstances, may not be as useful in other circumstances. This measure, is one of the many ways to think about development, to make sense of development. And in making particular decisions or particular recommendations about specific contexts, one has to approach that with humility and ask oneself, what role does that piece of evidence play in this larger picture that I'm looking at?
Evidential sort of proof of development having occurred. Okay, well, I want to leave time for questions, but I'll just ask you one last one because it really fascinated me. It's very rare, folks, to have a book on development that has a foreword by a novelist. So this is a South African novelist who has actually written the foreword to this, and I thought it really illustrated what they were trying to do, to say that we should all write stories, we should all think in terms of our own stories and what we want to imagine for our communities. But perhaps you could just enlarge on that a little, and if you have time, you can do the Marshall Islands poem, or we can then leave time for people to speak, to ask questions.
Sure. So yes, the foreword is written by Carol N. Davids, who's a South African novelist, most famous for her novel How to Be a Revolutionary, which I highly recommend. And I should also mention there's also an afterword by the anthropologist David Lewis. And the foreword and the afterword really quite nicely bookend the argument we are trying to make, because in the foreword, C.A. Davids talks about utopian imagination, different utopias, the way that literature, great literature, helps us imagine different worlds, different ways to be in the world. And David Lewis then, in the afterword, talks about this idea of development humanities, which is this new field that he is proposing sort of to come into existence, where he argues that actually we need the humanities, we need literature, we need history, we need theater, we need the arts to think about what development means, because development is a manifestation of humanity in the world. And so I think that thread very much runs through the book, starting from the utopian and arriving at the idea of the development humanities through all of these various examples. And one of them is, as you mentioned, the poem from Kathy Jetnil-Kitchener, who is an activist and a poet from the Marshall Islands in the Central Pacific. And we decided to include an entire poem of hers just because, again, we wanted to provoke the reader, somebody who comes to a book like this and expects to see statistics and economics and graphs and diagrams, and suddenly there's this poem.
Yes.
So let me
maybe
just,
a little bit.
I don't think I can do justice to it, but I'll try. Yeah. Of islands and elders. What happens when islands that nourished us with the wisdom of their bodies become barren, amputated? Do they mourn the unfurling greenery of canoes never birthed? What happens when islands are massacred, murdered, and no one remembers their names? Do we trick ourselves into believing they never existed at all? And how do we mourn elders who were islands, lush with knowledge and story? How do we move forward without their guidance and wisdom when we feel barren, amputated? From inside the hulls, I hear this canoe moan with sorrow, while waves wail all around me in fury. Up above, the sails, beating against the wind, whisper. But look, right there exists still some green. Even after a nuclear blast, life continues to unfurl its leaves.
You did the whole. That's beautiful. Wonderful. Thank you for that. So I don't know if we have a bit of time just to ask if anyone has any questions. Yes, please. First there, the lady, and then there. Yes. I think you'll just have to project.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that. You mentioned degrowth at the start. I'm keen to hear your thoughts on how we integrate kind of thinking into development as a balanced approach rather than traditional development instead of conforming nature.
I'll just repeat the question for people who couldn't hear. That the lady is asking about degrowth and how to take it as a balanced approach to development. I think I got that right, yes. So, yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things we do in the book, and we spent quite a lot of space on this, is to really break down, we make this distinction between capital D development and little d development, where the little d development is what we argue for, which is basically this plurality of imagination about the future of the world, and the capital D development is what you also mentioned earlier, the kind of Western model. And we spend a lot of time and space on breaking down what exactly that Western model is. And one of the things we look at, well, first of all, we say that this is not a politically neutral project. This is very much imbued with all kinds of values and ideologies, one of which is extractivism. The idea that nature is a resource, the idea that nature is inert, is something for us as humans to exploit as we wish, and that is fundamentally what has led us to the current crisis of climate and biodiversity and other environmental issues that we now face. And of course, degrowth is an effort to reverse that, to change that. And it's not only degrowth. We look at other models and other ideas, such as rights of nature, for example, where we actually think not only of human rights, but also of extending rights beyond the human to the more than human, where we think of the river as alive, and we think of the forest as alive, and therefore having rights and being deserving of action and intervention to protect those rights. So we look at all of that thinking and make we make the argument that if you move from the capital D development to the little d development, and you place imagination, and imagination, we also argue, is grounded in empathy, in being able to look at the world from the perspective of the river or the forest or the fellow human being, that again, extractivism needn't be a part of development. You could have development without extractivism. It's possible to imagine that.
In fact, it's quite interesting. Recently, a mountain in New Zealand was given full rights of personhood. I don't know if you read that, but it did prompt me to write a piece on how now a New Zealand mountain has more rights than an ordinary Palestinian. But anyway, yes, that gentleman, yes. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, could I venture to say that part of the problem is the word development itself? Are we not really talking about contentment and fulfillment as the values that we really want? And that can be achieved not necessarily by growth, as you were talking about, but also through the arts, through communion with nature, and of course through basic good health. So why are we talking about development which has connotations of growth, at least historic connotations of growth? Because more of us struggle to try to convince people about reimagining when you use the word development, when we can simply say, how do we make our lives more fulfilled and more content?
I agree with you. At the same time, I think the reason why we are not trying to abandon the word development altogether is that it has a certain power in the world, and there are political structures that where that word carries a lot of weight. And I think there have been lots and lots of efforts, over the years to talk about alternative concepts. I think what they have struggled with was to capture the imagination of people who actually have the levers of power at their disposal, to make changes, make political changes, make policy changes. So what we're suggesting is that I suppose you could read the book as a kind of Trojan horse approach, where we don't abandon the word altogether. We kind of meet the people who use that language somewhere halfway by saying, okay, let's talk about development, but let's talk about what do we really mean by it. And I think that is less confrontational, and And it's a way of, it might sound not sufficiently radical perhaps, but I think we can't ignore the fact that the development industry, the development apparatus exists in the world, and dismantling that entirely would be quite a huge project. So what we're suggesting is, rather than trying to dismantle it, is there a way we can sort of hijack it back to where it once was, perhaps, or where it started from?
There's a lady here. Yes, here. Oh, okay. Okay.
You mentioned Rojava as an insightful way of considering alternatives. I wondered if you could elaborate upon that, because in the context of globally, there is so little that has any radical insight. I think Rojava's existence and continuing existence is actually incredibly important and powerful, and people know little about it because there is so little reported about it.
Yeah, and sorry, do you want to take
No,
it?
no, no.
Yeah, and I'm a little careful when I talk about Rojava, because when we surveyed the literature, when we talked about in that section of the book about it, we did find that a lot of the literature is quite dated, and especially the sort of academic, peer-reviewed literature that you can really rely on as quite representative of what's happening. So, I wouldn't, not having spent time myself in Rojava, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, to speak with authority on that. But what I think is interesting is, as you said, is the longevity of it, that it has survived over a period of time. And I think also what's quite interesting from a development perspective is the scale, that in a way, some people might look at it and say, well, this hasn't really scaled up, and that's a kind of failure. But to me, I think, actually, no, maybe the scale at which Rojava operates, which is a kind of sub-state scale. So it's not quite a state, it's something smaller, but it's also not quite as small as a town or a city. So there's this kind of a medium scale to it. And that maybe if we think of development in those terms, that we think about what models make sense for these parts of the world, these geographical regions that are not necessarily countries, that are not necessarily, hundreds of millions of people, we might actually have a better chance to create something which is a meaningful alternative and which also lasts.
So I think that would be the last question, perhaps.
Okay. So I haven't read your book. I look forward to reading it. I'm a lapsed economist, and I was taught both by Amartya Sen and actually Mehboob ul Haq, who devised the Human Development Index. It wasn't Amartya Sen.
No, wasn't. Yes.
And would like to now obviously refer to his capabilities approach, because Amartya is, apart from being an economist, he's also a philosopher. And I think that you're pointing to some good developments if we can look towards both anthropology and history, because economics itself is a very colonial subject. So the discipline of economics is a very colonial subject. So, and it remains such. And the way it's taught now in different universities, whether it's the new colonial enterprise or the old colonial enterprise, the discipline itself is very rooted in that. But the HTI, I do want to mark that in 90-something was actually devised by Mehboob ul Haq, and it did decenter. And we have to give them that, because it decentered the GDP concept. So I think most economists now, flawed as the discipline is, would not refer to GDP growth as a sign of development. So thank you. I look forward to reading your book, and terrific that you're turning to anthropology, to philosophy, and hopefully we can think more about the capabilities approach and through a more complex lens. So thank you. Look forward to reading your book.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for that comment. I guess I'll just very quickly say that absolutely, you could actually read this book as an attempt to take the capabilities approach and think about what other disciplines, what other areas of knowledge have to contribute to that discussion about, you know, what capabilities are, you know, what does it mean to flourish in the world, and so on. And I think, you know, anthropology and history certainly have their share of colonial baggage, but I think it's fair to say that they have gone through a period of reflection and kind of a self-critique, and they have turned some of their tools, some of their analytical tools inwards to analyze, you know, their own intellectual tradition in a way that economics perhaps has yet to do. Maybe if it were to do that, we would have a different kind of economics, but certainly at the moment that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, that was fascinating, most interesting discussion. Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to our last panel and their great timekeeping as well. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch soon. There's lunch for the speakers upstairs. I'm afraid everybody else will have to fend for themselves, though if you know, there are many places around here where you can grab a bite to eat. But before you go, we're going to show, I think, about a 4-minute short about a very eminent figure, Prafulla Mohanty, who's here today. I hope maybe we can even get Prafulla to say a couple of words, perhaps. I don't know. You will know him, of course, for his work on the village in India, in writing, in art, and so on, for which he's become very celebrated over the years. So we're delighted to have him here and to show a small clip about him. Pardon me?
My introduction to the world of learning was by drawing 3 circles on the mud floor. Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshwar. The circles got ingrained in my system, and they keep appearing in my work, in my painting.
Prafulla is a very unusual person. He's a very talented artist, of course, but not many people know, or not enough people know, that he is a super writer.
ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ JJ School of Art ଗଲି ବମ୍ବେକୁ ସେତେବେଳେ ସେ ଆର୍କିଟେକ୍ଚର କରୁଥିଲେ JJରେ. JJ School of Art, the oldest art school in the country.
So by chance I saw an advertisement about architecture in Bombay. Quite simple. They said, apply what your marks and send an example of your drawings. I sent about a dozen. So based on that, they offered me a place.
He settled in London, and a firm of architects in London gave him a job.
I was made to feel that I was an immigrant. An immigrant was not wanted here.
I think one of the great sad things was that it had to be kept secret for most of their life together, so they were not out.
Do you have any pain anywhere else in your body at all? Where? And is that when you open your mouth?
No, people like you with me.
Sorry?
Yes. We're all born to die. We're not living actually. We're dying day by day.
And here is Prafulla Monty, very much hale and hearty.
From the historic Loretto
Yeah.
Abbey Chapel.
Okay.
With the kind cooperation
He can
of
even
Toronto
stand up
Catholic
quite
District
on his
School
own. And let me
The National
ask him to
Catholic
say
Broadcasting Council presents
a few words, Prafulla.
the Daily TV Mass.
One of the greatest artists
Welcome
that India
to the
has produced.
celebration of the daily TV Mass. I am Father Vijay Amirtharaj.
Oh my goodness.
The televising of this Mass is made possible by the contribution from Eric and Leila Fernandez from Scott.
These glitches take place every now and then. But here is Prafulla. As I mentioned in the short film we saw,
and Rigo.
He's not only an artist, but he's a great writer. He wrote a famous book called My Village, My Life, which has become a classic and a bestseller. It was a bestseller as well. Prafulla, thank you for making the effort to come here and be with us.
Things. One is I'm also an architect and city planner. I worked for 5 years studying both architecture and town planning in Leeds. And I worked for 10 years for the Greater London Council as an architect planner. And I was in the development study, town development. We were taking slum dwellers from East London to nearby towns, green cities, and to keep them in close contact with nature. So, what do you mean by development? What do you mean by identity? Who are we? When I was about 5 years old, going to school, and I used to pray to God, please give me education, give me intelligence, good health, and please, please make me a good human being. So that's what I want to know, everybody to ask ourselves, are we becoming good human beings? If we become all good human beings, the society will be good. So that is how development is taking place in all of us. Are we becoming human beings, or are developing to be monsters? Toys in the hands of politicians, bureaucrats, and people with money and industry. So human being, an individual, feels helpless. He can do anything on his own. You have to have a group. So from here, I think we'll start a group of friends who want a better society, a better life, living together in a land of flowers and love. Thank you.
Well, that's so beautifully put for an artist and a writer. Thank you very much.
2:30, please be back. We've got very good sessions ahead.
2:30, please, back here.
Yeah.
Thanks. I thought you'd lost Farouk, but there he is. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after lunch. I hope you're not... I think we've got a great talk to stop the after-lunch snooze, which many of us enjoy these days, because we've got two very lively speakers today, Tariq Ali and Farooq Dondi, who, as they say, need no introduction, so I won't give them an introduction, but they're going to talk about an eyewitness account of power politics and protest. And I'm just intrigued by the blurb here, because it said, did the Rolling Stones name a song after him, which I want to know. Entertaining, politically engaging, cultured, he has seen wars across borders and is a founding member of Stop the War Coalition. So please welcome Tariq Ali and Farooq Dondi. And the format is 45 minutes, the last bit for questions from the floor. Thanks.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, use this. All right. Shall I start? Okay. Here's Tariq's autobiography. It says, "You can't please all." We all know that. And he's written about his life, about his ideas, more than about the events. It's a life that spans global politics in a very specific way, insofar as Tariq interacts with the main players through his existence on this small and happy planet. So it's with great pleasure that I am not interviewing him, but as he said, I said, I'll ask you some questions. He said, Yaar, gupshup karte, we'll just talk, let's talk, right? But of course, I have chosen questions out of the autobiography because they are quite specific in the way that he analyzes his meetings and the events that he takes part in and that he observes throughout his existence. So the first question I really need to ask you, Tariq, is obviously you've written chapters on your family. You've written the first chapters on how you started becoming an activist in international affairs during your college days in Pakistan. Now, since we're doing gupshup, I can say that my inclination towards socialism was born because I observed in my childhood, nothing to do with my family. Nobody was a socialist at all. Some of them are royalists, if you like. But some of them are Gandhians. But my inclination towards socialism began by observing the poverty of India, the abject poverty all around me, and the superstition that accompanied this. And I began to think there is a connection between these two. And I want to ask you, how did you start becoming a socialist? What happened, family, etc.?
Well, my parents were both radicals, members of the Communist Party of India, before partition. And I guess our house from, a very young age was filled with two types of people. One more. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Our house was filled with two types of people. One were family members who were deeply reactionary on many levels, and the others were poets, artists, writers, many of them associated with the Progressive Writers Association of India, later Pakistan. And so that's how I imbibed politics, as well as witnessing, the poverty around me. My parents were not shy of making sure that we observed it and saw what the world was like. And also later, even at school, odd things in the newspapers used to get me worked up. Like, I think the first demonstration I organized was when I was 14 or 15 at school, and I read in the local newspaper that a black American, Jimmy Wilson, was facing execution for stealing $1. And I said to friends, we can't, just keep playing cricket in school. We've got to go and demonstrate outside the US consulate. So there were about 10 or 12 of us who gathered to do that. And on the street, we picked up lots of street urchins on the beaten road by promising them sweets and Coca-Cola. But they were so used to saying death to any Western name that when we said, Jimmy Wilson, Zindabad, they would shout, Jimmy Wilson, Murdabad. And so finally we taught them who he was. And we arrived at the American consulate, who was, I still remember him, Mr. Spengler, very dour-faced, not a smile on his face, livid that these 10 or 15 schoolboys had turned out to protest, and said, all I want is your name so that I can ask the principal to expel you from school immediately. So that was my first personal experience of US democracy in action. And I never looked back.
So Street Fighting Man began in your school days. That's the name of his earlier autobiography. But you then came to Oxford, and subsequently, after agitations in Oxford even, and becoming head of the union, you joined the International Marxist Group, the IMG. Right, and then you left it, right? In the Monty Python sketches, the left wing is characterized as fighting and destroying itself all the time. There's the I can't remember the parodic names, but that's what they said. And I came to Britain a few years later, but I also observed that there was a tension between the Workers' Revolutionary Party and the IMG and so forth. You left the IMG, and then your biography says that you were for the Benite faction of the Labour Party, and you thought they were correct and that was the future. Tell us about it.
Well, it was not so much that I left without any reason. There had been a huge revolutionary wave in Europe from 1968 to 1975, different parts of Europe. And the last attempt made to change the status quo was in Portugal, led by army officers, peasants, workers, people radicalized by the colonial wars in Angola and elsewhere in Africa. And that Portuguese revolution was defeated in 1975, November. So I decided about a few years after that this phase of politics, world politics, at least in Europe, was now over. And instead of fighting and permanently arguing with other groups on the left, one should try and build something much, much broader. And that if the Labour Party could be won over by the Bennites, Tony Benn and his followers, this would be a progressive step forward for this country. But that was not to happen, and it didn't happen again with Jeremy Corbyn, with the results that we see now. So I basically, at that point, stopped being active as such after the defeat of the Bennites and started writing more and more till, you know, this guy stepped into the picture from Channel 4 and called us and called me in and Darkus Howe, and Jeremy Isaacs later met us and said, try and make unusual television programs. So I didn't have a clue. And Jeremy said to me, you've been on the screen, television screen for too long, time to take a rest and work behind the screen, producing programs which will educate and entertain, etc., etc. And Farouk was the commissioning editor whose idea this was. And that's when we set up Bandung Productions Limited, which produced the Bandung File from 1984 to 89. 5 very good years. And today, sometimes when I'm asked to students, media students, things, to show films from those times, they cannot believe that this was on air. They really can't. It's not their... They said, but how was this ever on British television?
Let me tell you how it happened.
Okay.
I was writing situation comedies and whatnot for the BBC, some drama, some this and that. And Jeremy Isaacs one day calls me and says, his secretary said, do you want lunch at the Ivy with Jeremy? I said, he can't like my programs that much, right? Lunch at the Ivy, yeah. And of course I turned up. And he says, do you know Sue Woodford, the commissioning editor, is leaving us. She's become Lady Holick and is off to New England. I said, yes, I know that. She told me. And I said, I hope whoever succeeds likes my work. And he said, that may not be necessary. So I said, why not? He said, I want you to do the job. So I said, me, 9 to 5. He said, nobody does 9 to 5 at Channel 4. Don't be silly, right? And he said, consider it. I called my friend CLR James that afternoon, and he was reading Vanity Fair in his bed. And he pointed to the book, and he went, this. And I thought, what's it? Then he pointed to the television set that was not on and said that. In other words, don't do writing, go and join the television. It sort of convinced me. The first thing I did was I inherited 2 programs called Black on Black and Eastern Eye. I didn't like them. I thought they were falling in their audiences and they were not doing the radical thing that Channel 4 was supposed to do. And I said, what shall I replace them with? And then I said, we'll do a multi-ethnic program which should be completely different from what Black on Black and Eastern Eye were doing. And so I thought, who shall I get to do this? The best radical West Indian editor, journalist that I could think of was Darkus Howe. And similarly, the best Asian radical person who fitted that picture perfectly was, of course, Tariq Ali, whose work and whose Black Dwarf and agitations I had followed for years and years. So I called Tariq. I wasn't a friend of his at the time, but I called Tariq, and subsequently, of course, our friendship grew. But they began the Bandung File. It ran into trouble immediately. I told Jeremy Isaacs, I'm replacing the file. I've got this money in the in our budget, and I wanted Tariq Ali and Dark. He said, oh my God, Tariq Ali and Darkus Howe. Well, the government won't allow this because our chairman was Edmund Dell, who used to be an ex-Labour Party wala.
Very right.
Yeah, and he was a postmaster general of the Labour Party, and he would not tolerate seeing Tariq and Darkus as the chiefs of a production company. I said, they'll have a production company, we'll put in somebody else to insulate it. And so we called a very accomplished gentleman, Greg Lanning, from the history programs, and said, Greg will join as the third production person there. So Greg Lanning was the insulation, and Jeremy was very much for it. He said, go for it. And we did. Tell them some Bandung stories.
Well, there are too many to tell, really, but one good one I liked is that Bandung very rapidly developed a trust, not just with West Indian and Asian populations in this country, but with lots and lots of non-ethnic, white people, ordinary citizens of this country who had no idea of what went on in the world. Because the stories we did, anyone could have done. They weren't particularly radical as such. It's our choice of stories that surprised people because they simply didn't know. And so, on the home level, on the home front, we did stories that surprised people, simple things that the BBC could have done. For instance, to give you one example, a young black man had been killed in custody in Islington prison, in a prison in Islington. There was a public inquiry, and finally this public inquiry was about to report, and we had a meeting. We used to have meetings once a week. I said, go and cover it. It's tonight, but let's cover it, this public inquiry. And we went and we got permission to cover it. The police chief, when he walked in to give his evidence, said, I had agreed there would be no television cameras. And we had a very sharp young woman researcher called Vasudha Joshi. And Vasudha said, well, why should you decide? And he said, what company are you? And she said, Bandung File. He said, yeah, and he walked off the platform. So Vasudha then said, this is sort of really wrong. This is a public inquiry, and the public should be allowed to see it. And she said, why don't we take a vote? Why don't the audience decide whether they want this filmed or not? So we took a vote. Everyone put their hands up. And the Scotland Yard PR people told the senior policeman, you have to go back. So he came back onto the stage. We filmed it as for live, and it went out the next day. So this is the sort of stuff I'm saying wasn't particularly radical, but no one else did it. The second thing, our big scoop, was to bring down the huge bank, the Bank of Credit and Commerce International. A guy walked into my office and said, I need to tell you a story. He showed me his references, and he was a very senior official of the bank. And he said, this is a total, it's a crooked bank. We call it Banks of Cheats and Crooks Incorporated. And you have to, so I heard the story for virtually a whole night. He wouldn't let me tape it, and I took notes in my notebook. We checked. We sent our researchers saying we're going to do this. The senior figure at the Bank of England, whose job it was to police this bank and others, said, ask Tariq Ali, why is he doing this to a third world bank which favors his causes? I said, what causes does it favor? Basically, they tried to cover up and said, don't do it. We got lots of requests. Some of the bank's shareholders offered to pay us, I think, £10 million not to put out the documentary. which we then reported to the Financial Times, who said, attempt to bribe company not to put. So we were the first people to expose that bank. We did 2 documentaries on them. Finally, it got taken up. They denied it. They took us to the Old Bailey. At the last minute, they dropped the charge against us, tried to stop. And we brought the bank down. I am pleased to say, despite the fact that many decent people worked there and it wasn't their fault. But from the top, and one of the reviews of my book, which Farooq mentioned, just recently in the Times Literary Supplement, he said we still haven't been told the extent to which the CIA used that bank to launder drugs money for its own purposes. So we did things like that, and then we covered. Darkus would go to the Caribbean, interview, all the heads of state, interview Viv Richards, the cricket captain of the West Indies and a huge cult figure. I would go to India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, etc., etc., etc. So we made this program much more than it was intended to be. We made it a global show. And that's why it was pretty popular. And what we didn't do was to encourage victimhood, which the programs we replaced had done, that all Asian people, all black people are permanently victims. We said no. This is not our ethos, not what we believe in. Where there are cases of real victimization, we will show them. But we're not going to constantly go whinging. That's the task of the race relations industry, well paid by the state, and we're not going to do it.
Tell them the Hattersley story.
This was now the deputy leader of the Labour Party, whose constituency was in Sparkbrook in Birmingham. And some people, Punjabis from the community, came to see me and said, why don't you do a number on Hattersley? So we were careful, because, I didn't agree with him. He knew that. We knew each other. So I said, what? And he said, don't you know what's going on? That the constituency is totally corrupt, and the people who run it are, these people told me, Asians themselves. They said the people who run this constituency and make sure that there are lots of rigged ballots and votes cast and dead people voting are the local Asian fixers. So I said, well, how the hell are we going to prove this? And they said, well, you just come and interview people and find out. So we were going to do what would have been a normal program, saying what is going on in Sparkbrook, how is Hattersley winning so many votes, etc., etc. And we had switched. We thought the camera was switched off, and I was talking informally. But the cameraman, who was Irish, by the way, I remember him well, had left the camera on. He didn't know. He thought we were going to interview someone else. And accidentally, we recorded these guys telling me in Punjabi, why are you so worried about this? It happens in other constituencies. So what if we cast fake votes? It's for Mr. Hattersley, who we respect and admire.
I think accidentally should be in inverted commas.
And so when this recording came, I said to the camera guy, did you know? He said, no, the camera, I left it on. I don't even understand your language, man. So I said, well, what we've got is dynamite. I told Farooq, but the mistake we made was if we had told Channel 4 lawyers that we're going to try and record a conversation in the public interest, or even told them before the program went out, we might have been, but the program went out and it was explosive. All the newspapers reported it. Hattersley was absolutely livid, didn't speak to me for many years after that. Neil Kinnock was delighted that this program had gone out. etc., etc. So, but that was an accident, but it shook people at the time to realize that such chicanery was going on in normal British constituencies for by-elections and generally. I mean, the guys were very explicit. They afterwards wrote complaining. But we put that out. Again, if you think about it, it's not a program anyone would have made because they didn't want to discuss these things, but it's not that radical. So it wasn't subversive in any sense of the word. It was just bringing the truth to the public. And that's what made the program's name. It was the same program used to be shown by SBS in Australia quite regularly. The New York University, NYU, showed all the Bandung files a year after we'd finished. So it established a certain prestige. And it always amazes me with all these books on Channel 4, how few of them mention our programming. It's because they themselves were embarrassed, you know. And often very good filmmakers and program makers would say you make life difficult for us because people say if Bandung File can do it in Channel 4, why can't we? Their own researchers used to say, why can't we do it? What's the big deal?
Yeah.
And they knew what the big deal was.
Yeah, the day after the program, Hattersley program went out, I was called to a gathering, a party at the Indian High Commission, and I turned up, and who should be there but Neil Kinnock. And Kinnock sought me out in the party and said, are you the guy who put that program out? I said, yeah. And he just went, oof, with his fingers in his ears.
This is Neil Kinnock, for those of you
he was the leader.
Memory is going, was leader of the Labour Party, and Hattersley was his deputy.
Was his deputy. Right. Now, let's turn to something quite different. Your relationship with Pakistan, because you wrote a book. You wrote a book which said, can Pakistan survive? And there were several opinions about it. But you said, as you say in your book, that Mr. Bhutto didn't object to the book itself, even though a lot of Pakistanis absolutely did. Tell them about the book and tell them about its reaction.
No, Bhutto was dead by the time that book came out. He'd been hanged. Benazir Bhutto, his daughter, she didn't object. Yeah. And the army went crazy. General Zia-ul-Haq, who was the military dictator at the time that book came out, was told before he made an official visit to India, was told by army public relations, whatever else you do, do not mention this book in India. Indian journalists will ask you about it, don't reply. So there were so many questions on that book at his first press conference in India that he lost it. And why are people asking me? Tariq Ali is telling lies. Pakistan will survive, always. He went on a total rant against the book, which had two effects. It literally doubled its natural circulation. And it was banned in Pakistan. 6 pirate editions were printed in 1 year alone. And even here, Penguin Books, who published it, said we've never had a book about a foreign country selling so well because of all this. And the question I said was, given what's happened to Bangladesh, to East Pakistan, if you repeat that process in what's left in West Pakistan, it's not impossible that there will be temptations in the frontier Pakhtunkhwa to maybe merge with the Afghans. After all, they speak the same language. The Baloch might want to merge with the Iranian Baloch. And the country that we've got left, a rump state, could disappear. So don't behave like that. That's what I wrote in that book. It was a warning to the army. And if you go that way, it's interesting that recently, this recent fracas between the two countries which became reduced to whether the Chinese companies are producing better fighter jets or the French state-of-the-art fighter jets. The general verdict has been that the Chinese planes did the business. Awful though this war was. But General Asim Munir, the current Chief of Staff of the Pakistan Army, made absurd speech a week before. Absurd, saying Hindus and Muslims have never been friends. So I wrote a very sharp rebuttal, saying, well, you know, this may be true after 1947, but for centuries before that, they coexisted. Throughout the Mughal Empire, they coexisted, worked together, fought in the same armies. And so what is this about Hindus and Muslims not being friends? And the second thing he said was that we are based on a special nation, the Muslim nation. So I said, well, even that is not true. Because this, you could say that Jinnah's theory had some rationale behind it. But after you crushed Bangladesh and the Bengali people in 1970-71, don't blame India for doing that. You did it by refusing to accept an election result. So all the historical debates which I posed in Can Pakistan Survive don't go away. The two nations theory, I said, was rocketed, dynamited by the Pakistan army, not by the Indians. They went in at a later stage for various reasons. But the key decision was taken by the Pakistan army. So that book, you know, and its various sequels got banned as well.
Yes. Talking about books, Tariq, you obviously supported the anti-Vietnam movement in the anti-American movement in Vietnam. Yeah, so did all of us. But I believe you wanted to write a biography of Ho Chi Minh, and I see that he wrote you a note saying, please don't.
I think it was slightly more ambiguous than that, and I'll tell you why. My first publisher was Anthony Blonde, very good progressive publisher. And he called me in after I left university and said, I want you to write me a book. This used to happen in those days. And I said, okay. He said, what do you want to write about? And I said, I'd like to write a biography of Ho Chi Minh. This was, you know, in 66, 67, the Vietnam War. So Anthony said, fine. I said, well, fine. He said, do you speak French? I said, no. He said, well, I've published all these teach yourself French manuals. Take 6 of them home, learn French, and in the meantime, we'll send Ho Chi Minh a telegram from my office. So from Doughty Street in WC 1, where his offices were, a telegram was sent out, Ho Chi Minh, President Ho Chi Minh, Hanoi, Republic of Vietnam, no, North Vietnam. So I thought it's just a joke, we'd never get a reply. And 3 weeks later, Anthony rang and said, come to the office immediately, very exciting news. So I went, and there was a telegram from Ho Chi Minh addressed to me, saying to Mr. Tariq Ali, whatever, Literary London was the cable address of the publishing house. Thank you very much for your telegram. The thought of you writing my biography never occurred to me. Later, he was very ill when I actually went to North Vietnam during the war. And he was ill, so we couldn't meet him, but I sent him a note saying, I wish you'd agreed to let me write your biography. We could have spent some useful days together.
Okay, let's move on to a part of your creative life. Of course, you've done several books, novels, this and the other. But one of the big high points of your creative life was the play Iranian Nights. do tell us what it was about and the kind of reaction it met with from Salman, for instance. Salman Rushdie and Hanif Qureshi didn't like it. Other people did very much, so did I. But
well,
tell us about it.
This was after the fatwa against Salman Rushdie issued by Grand Ayatollah Ruhul Khomeini. By accident, we later found out. He'd seen some demonstrations in Bradford of Muslims burning books in Bradford, and he said, what are the believers so upset about? And people said there's a guy, this novelist who's written a book called Satanic Verses, and they're burning it in Bradford. And so he said, what is the book about? And they said, the book, by the way, just so you know, had already been reviewed favorably in the Tehran English language press.
I didn't know that.
And so, what's his name? Khomeini issued a fatwa saying no one can write like that about our Prophet. And the fatwa then incited Orthodox Muslims even more, both in India and in this country, and the books were burned. Rushdie's life was threatened. He had to get a permanent bodyguard in that year. And Farooq and I knew him well. He was a friend, so neither of us had particularly liked this book, though we liked some of the previous ones. But he said he had to be defended against this absurdity. So I went to the Royal Court Theatre, and they said, who do you want to write the play with? We need you and a very experienced playwright. So I said, Howard Brenton. So Howard and I sat down and wrote this play in 6 days. And we put it on 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks of rehearsals. And I had given the original title, the title I'd given the play was A Mullah's Night Out. But at this stage, Max Stafford Clark said, we don't want any threats here, Tariq, can you be a bit more restrained? So we called it Iranian Nights. And, I think we had it on for 3 weeks. Every night was packed. And one of the nicest things I experienced was a note from Arthur Miller saying, this is what the theatre should really be about. Every day there were debates and discussions on the pavement outside. And the problem was that Rushdie got very annoyed and said, you should have sent me the thing first. I said, not a good idea. And what annoyed him was that the way Howard and I wrote was me sitting at the typewriter in those days, then Howard would take over, I would, it worked very well. And there we did the play like Shahrazad is telling the story to the Khalif in the Arabian Nights, and he says, what is going on? And she says, in a faraway land in the north, where 2 queens sit on a single throne, Thatcher and the Queen, we said, there has been a poet has written a poem. And he says, why is the Caliph says, why are they angry? And Shahrazad replies, because the Ayatollah has said it is blasphemous. And he says, blasphemy, I love blasphemy. Tell us the story. So she tells the story, and he says, give me the brief outline. And she says that it is difficult to do because it was a book that nobody could read. And this line, every night without fail, used to get laughter and applause, because though everyone bought the book, very few people could read it. And so it was put on shelves to show solidarity. And that line drove our dear friend Salman completely crazy. So I said to him, at different times, you can't fight against censorship by imposing your own brand. Think about it. It doesn't make sense. But he got like that and was very reluctant to accept any criticism at all, non-religious criticism. So that was and that play then went and did the rounds, went to a number of European theatres, etc., etc. And we used to sometimes receive threats. I used to be rung up at home and saying that we're going to be, in Punjabi people saying, religious people saying, we're going to come and cut out your tongue. I said, what good will that do? Because I write with my fingers.
See,
but I said, come by all means, let's have a chat. And I debated, actually, in Edinburgh, at the Edinburgh Theatre. The only time this play was debated by believers, staunch believers, and people like us, who were basically secular, was in Edinburgh. And I said to them, in Punjabi, I said, Kisi ne kitab padhi bhi hai? Has any one of you read the book? They said, oh, we don't need to read. I said, so why are you like that? You're grown-up men and women, just taking the word of an Iranian Ayatollah. Why not read it and tell me what you... So it became a very interesting debate, and the only one that took place.
It was a thoroughly entertaining play when I saw it at the Royal Court. But before the fatwa, what I said to Salman is, why you objected to the burning of the book? I mean, if people, I would love 20,000 copies of my book to be bought. Even if they wanted to burn it, I'd get into the bestseller list straight away. It was an unfortunate joke because the fatwa followed. Sorry. Now something rather serious, Tariq. The 9/11 attack on the Twin Towers takes place. Mary Beard, the professor, writes something about it. You've written about it. Can you recall?
Who does?
Mary Beard.
Mary Beard, yeah.
Mary Beard, yes. And there was a controversy. And you joined in on, I think, quite a delicate side. To explain.
Yeah, well, basically, Mary Beard, professor of classics at Cambridge, we were all asked by the London Review of Books to write 3 paragraphs. And I, in particular, was warned, don't be provocative. But I wrote a straightforward thing, actually, saying why it had taken place. The American writer Chalmers Johnson had written a book the year before,
Blowback,
unnoticed, saying that if the United States didn't desist, there would be a big backlash in the United States. And Chalmers was a professor on the West Coast, had been a top CIA consultant, spoke Japanese, Chinese, etc., etc., very cultured, cultivated guy. And in this book, he more or less spelled it out. So those of us who read the book weren't that surprised. Of course, the sort of spectacle side of it was something else. So I just wrote a very mild thing. But Mary Beard, totally apolitical, really, not at all radical, in the same issue of the London Review of Books, she wrote a text saying, I don't know what the big fuss is about. Most people, or some people I've talked to, said they had it coming. They had it coming. Now, this was not an uncommon view. Susan Sontag said something similar in the United States and was punished by being attacked non-stop. Mary Beard suddenly became a hate figure. And when I met her after that, I said, Mary, I mean, this is the sort of thing we're used to, but for you... She said, no, I got quite a good house on that. She said, you know what, the week after I wrote that in the LRB, I was invited to high table at All Souls, and the minute I entered the dining room, the entire All Souls professorial, all the professors, they, without a word, just raised their glasses to me in silence. So she said, I didn't get much of a backlash, except from this sort of absurd, tame media, which at times like this becomes a chorus. So that was that. I mean, my view was on the thing was that it seemed to me crazy that all these fundamentalists who'd been working for the United States in Afghanistan, helping to drive the Russians out, and who they knew so well, had not been following them that closely. And you know, how did this happen? So I raised a few questions, that's all. But I then, you know, went and debated people all over the States. I think I spent 2 or 3 months in the States, not continuously that year, debating, arguing, discussing. And in the early days after 9/11, the discussions in the United States were very, very open. People really wanted to know why, what, who were these Muslims? Who were, I said, they're your friends. You know, the CIA knows them all. So the fact that they cut off their money supplies and they take their revenge on you is not really our business. It's between you and them. And you cannot, on the basis of this act, vilify the whole Islamic world or Muslims in general. I mean, there was at one time a fear, a genuine fear expressed to me by people who didn't agree with me, that maybe we should do to the Muslims for a while what we did to the Japanese during the Second World War, intern them in camps. And given the response to Gaza after a year of genocide, I have very little doubt that had Muslims been interned in camps in Europe and the United States, that there would have been too much protest. People would have accepted it. It's necessary for our security.
Well, this is a question, Tariq, about opinion. In your chapter, the New Millennium chapter, you said, if I've read it right, that Islamist governments will be allowed to do whatever they want as long as they ally themselves with global capitalism. And have I read that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you...
Well, look at the Arab world. It's basically occupied. I mean, the Egyptians, the founders of Arab nationalism under Nasser, now on the payroll of the United States. Egypt gets the second largest amount of dosh from the United States after Israel. Its army is paid directly. Its politicians use the money. Nothing is used. No money is used to benefit the people. The country is in a terrible condition. The Gulf states have always been, from the very beginning during the British days, you know, they were started off really as petrol stations for the West, and now are being controlled by the United States and Israel. They say it. Saudi Arabia, to be very brief, was founded, created into the state it is now by British intelligence. St. John Philby, Kem Philby's dad, set it all up. Then the Americans took it over during the Second World War. So this business has been going on, and then to crown it all, they created a new state after the Balfour Declaration began to process it, which won't go away, the Israeli state. I mean, it is the oldest colonial occupation now in almost in recent history. We're being told to stop.
Yeah, I mean, we're being told to wind up. There's so much more to say. You know, your reaction to Charlie Hebdo, your other play, the New Adventures of Don Quixote. There's so much more I wanted to ask you, but you know, time is short. Can you just very briefly tell us about Rolf Miliband's name? That is the father, a friend of Tariq's, the father of the Net-Zero Secretary Ed Miliband, yeah?
Yeah.
And why you were stopped.
Well, I mean, Ralph Miliband was a very dear friend of mine, and, you know, I saw the boys growing up, really. He never interfered or tried to influence them, let them go the way they wanted to go. let them go the way they wanted to go. But one thing bothered Ralph was the Miliband name. Where did it come from? No one could find out till David Miliband became Foreign Secretary under Blair or Brown, one of the two, and was on a state visit to Moscow. And he appeared on television, and the British Embassy received a telephone call and saying that they wanted to speak to David. And the name they gave was Miliband. So David took the call and said, "Where are you from?" They said, "We're Russian Jews. We've been here a long time." So that's how that was.
But Ralph's real name?
Ralph, when he came to Britain and got refuge during the Second World War, at the very beginning of it, with his father, who was a very high-grade carpenter, and they were basically trying to find accommodation, and went into South London, got some rooms to hire, and the landlady said, "What are your names?" The father gave his name, and she said, "What's the lad called?" And he said, "Adolf." And like in Adolf Monch, it's a popular. And she said, "A word of advice, dear, change the boy's name quick."
Yes, and Tariq was forbidden to repeat that story because they were afraid that in an argument he might revert to calling him Adolf.
I found this out after Ralph died, and Marion, his wife, I said, "How come I don't know this?" And she said, "Ralph was determined you mustn't know because he thought you might use it against him in an argument."
Well, I feel really bad. I'm afraid I'm the real party pooper because that was a masterclass of entertainment and our own history of our time. Thank you very much to both of you for such a strong...
No. White hair, white shirt, and brown. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we all wear.
This is not working.
Sorry?
Should we go to the next one? Yeah. Which one do we want? Okay, this is Tariq Ali. Next, Farooq, yeah. And next, this one. Rachel, yeah. But now, as the speakers come up, can we announce the next session?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, now we're all in recovery. We've got another wonderful session coming up. It's called Nature as Muse, the Ecological Lens in South Asian Arts. And we've got Priyanka Basu and Radha Kapuria. Priyanka and Radha, are you? Oh, there you are. Please come up on stage. And the session is going to be chaired by Iqtidar Alam. Thank you. And I must mention Priyanka is an alumna of SOAS, so special welcome here.
Oh, please.
Basic only. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Shall we start? Yeah. Okay. What does it mean to listen to a river? What does it mean to listen to a river, to hear the echoes of climate grief in a folk song, or to witness resistance through rituals? The book Performing Nature, Ecology and Arts in South Asia compels us to ask these questions and to place music, performance, community at the center of ecological thinking. In a world reeling from environmental crisis, this book doesn't just document artist responses, but it amplifies the voices of communities for whom music and performance is both survival and resistance. Edited by Priyanka Basu and Radha Kapuria, this book moves across borders, across genres, and to explore how music, ritual, and oral traditions become powerful mediums for understanding environmental change and identity. For me, I think it's not just a scholarly achievement, but I see it as a vital call to listen to the earth through the voices of the people. Mirza Ghalib was once asked about the state of Delhi after 1857, to which he replied, "Dilli ki hasti munassar kai hangamo par hai." I'll translate it as well. So, Dilli ki hasti munassar kai hangamo par hai. Kila, Chandni Chowk, har sham majma jama masjid ka, har hafte सैर जमुना के पुल की, और हर साल मेला फूल वालों का. ये पांचों चीजें अब हैं नहीं तो दिल्ली कहाँ? Now it's the five things that kept Delhi alive: the fort, the Chandni Chowk, the daily crowds at Jama Masjid, the weekly walk to the Jamuna Bridge, and the yearly fair of the flower sellers. None of these survives, so how could Delhi survive? And it's very interesting because there are lots of props that the poet is using here to talk about the state in which the city is. There are architectural props, there are urban elements, there's communities, the flower sellers is talking about who pray for a great season. But there is a silent backdrop of an ecological feature, the Jamuna, or the Yamuna River that defined the city. And with this backdrop, I'd like to begin by asking, so your introductory chapter ends with, the volume argues for a perspective on the environment where it is no longer viewed as a mere background context. So I was wondering, what was the curatorial idea behind the book? And how did you go about it? And if you could tell us about the British Forum of Ethnomusicology, where the round table on nature, place, identity, and music were. So if you could just elaborate on that.
Thanks, Iqtidar. I think we can, Priyanka, why don't you tell us about the background to the British Forum of Ethnomusicology panel where this all started?
So I think this was the beginning of the pandemic. We had a lot of time at hand, locked up, in lockdown. And I came across this call for panels and papers for the British Forum for Ethnomusicology conference, which that year the theme was nature, place, and the role of ecology in music. And that's when I spoke to Radha, because her work is on music and partition, especially across the two Punjabs. And we managed to get two of our friends who also are ethnomusicologists, but also work on literary studies. So we got them together and we put the panel together and present it online. Yeah. But in terms of the volume itself, rather, why don't you talk about the others who later joined?
So in terms of the volume itself, we discovered there were other people who specialized in South Asia who were presenting at this conference on ecology. So we sort of got them together and curated this special volume and book. And in a sense, it's thanks to that conference and the theme on nature and culture, where a lot of the people were talking about South Asian music, South Asian performance traditions, and resistance in relation to the crisis in the environment, that this book came together. So that is really, I think it was entirely organic. Mm-hmm. And many of the chapters, speak to very varied themes. So we cover a broad section of South Asia, not just India, but as in a paper which I have co-authored with Naresh Kumar, it looks at both Punjabs. Priyanka's paper looks at both Bengals.
Bengal and Bangladesh.
Bengal and Bangladesh. And then you have papers on Catholic music cultures on the coasts in Goa and in Sri Lanka by Shebonti Chatterjee. And a very interesting paper on how the tanpura is manufactured, and how the gourds which create the tanpura have a very strong connection to agricultural practices and the environment by Buddhaditya Bhattacharya. And who else?
So we have Ihsanul Istisam and Rohini Menon, who have written about flood songs in the Malabar. So they were really exploring an archive that has not been written about before. We also had Margit Flavia Trumper and Paolo Pacciola working on South India and North India in two different traditions. One was a drumming tradition from Kerala, and the other was Tumri, looking at it through gender politics. Yes. So it was a very interesting comportment. It was not that we all were there at the BFE conference initially, but we managed somehow to bring all of these voices together in the edited volume.
And I should add that when this book was produced, we asked for a foreword and afterword from scholars who wrote wonderful pieces which have enhanced the book from the journal special issue that it was. So we had Professor Sugata Ray, who is an art historian who looks at environment, who has made a wonderful reflection on the atmosphere, sound, and how the air connects to ecology and how our identities are tied to the environment.
And also Professor Jim Sykes, who's based in Pennsylvania, and he's been working on Sri Lanka, and he wrote a very eloquent foreword to the book.
Great. I think the book aligns well with the central theme of this festival. The book focuses on trans-regional, trans-border, transnational frameworks and explores ecology, performance, and community. There is a continuous reference of the musical landscapes of the Punjab, both sides, of Bengal and Bangladesh, of the Indian Ocean as a trans-regional exchange zone, of Goa and Sri Lankan choirs. And I was wondering, and this is specifically with reference to your chapters in the book, as to how did you go about these connections, and how did they inform your chapters?
So for someone who researches Punjab, the border becomes very important, because for Punjabi culture, you cannot not look on both sides of the border. And in some ways, my PhD book on music in colonial Punjab was looking at this pre-1947 world of music. And so in the chapter in the book, we looked at singing the river in Punjab through folklore, through poetry, through performance. And we began with this question which the scholar, singer, poet, Dr. Madan Gopal Singh in Delhi posed to us, saying, why do we as Punjabis have such a strange relationship to our rivers, as opposed to in Bengal, East India, Central India, where there are these grand songs written for the rivers. And he was lamenting this lack of these grand river songs in Punjab. So when we started investigating, my co-author, Mr. Naresh Kumar, and I, we discovered that actually the river kept showing up in various forms of poetry, in various songs. So in other words, it was ubiquitous. It was an everyday reference. It wasn't part of this grand narrative. In Punjab, the rivers were not apotheosized, if that's the right word, as mother goddesses, as much as they were part of, geographical identity. So the Ravi, the Chenab, the Satluj, the Bias, all of these would have geographical markers. So the more we went into this folkloric culture, we discovered that actually before even the British sort of administration of Punjab and the division into canal colonies, there were natural borders which were made by the rivers. And the word Punjab itself, of course, we popularly think it originated as the land of 5 rivers, but the historian Professor J.S. Grewal pointed out it originated in Mughal times and was used to refer to the 5 doabs. So that was, it was the land of 6 rivers if you include the Indus on the westernmost boundary. So I think what we argued through a lot of evidence, and maybe later I can recite a few of the poetic fragments, is that the 2 nations are trans-river. We shouldn't say the rivers are trans-nation, which is how the borders of today would like us to believe, and given the really sad turn of events with the war in South Asia recently and the stopping of the waters, etc. But I think if you look at Punjabi history, we need to remember that both Punjabs are trans-river, and we try to emphasize this river-centricism and not the land or terra-centricism.
That's wonderful. Priyanka.
Thank you, Radha. My kind of experience with the way rivers have featured in the chapter that I've written, and the way the chapters have been curated in this book, comes from a more personal experience of growing up with rivers, but also coming from a family of partition refugees from East Bengal. And so my earlier research, my PhD research, was on a singular folk performance form, which I traced across the border between West Bengal and Bangladesh. So I was literally traveling with the performers for 1 year, listening to the performances in various venues, starting from village rituals to festivals, to filmings of those performances for television shows and various other, venues. So the 2 things that I carried with myself when, going on these journeys, not just, straightforward field work, but, being with the performers, listening and learning with them, was what my grandmothers told me. One, had left her village when she was 16, and she kept talking about how the house was flanked by these 2, big, deep ponds. And my paternal grandmother would always talk about this very famous river in the district of Borishal in Bangladesh. It's called Arial Khan. And she would just talk about how deep and how big, how fierce the river was. So one of the very personal journeys that I made when I was in Bangladesh doing fieldwork was to visit my maternal grandmother's village. And it was exactly like that. The house stood there with the 2 ponds on both sides. My association with that part of the world is very different. I have gone back to it without the baggage of violence, which is how it should be. And the learnings in the process, the rivers, the stories have always been at the background. It's only after, I had written about, the folk performances that I studied, that I started thinking about how nature, how ecology, how these stories have always remained in the background, whereas they should be the reference frame for what we are writing about. And that contributed to the chapter that I wrote on the scroll painters, the scroll painting tradition in West Bengal. I started in a small village in West Bengal, but then traced their stories through different other performance forms in Bangladesh. So that is where the printed texts from colonial times came in, the songs came in, audio recordings at the British Library on similar performances came in. So what I tried to do is to weave a narrative by moving in and out of these regions in the way that I have understood it growing up and how it came to me. And of course, the pandemic space gave a lot of time to reflect on it.
Yeah. Radha, I'd like to
continue with that of the river as a cultural symbol and of it marking boundaries. There is this beautiful Ravi Rashkan, Chenab Ashkan, Satluj Salikan, Sindh Sadikan, and Jehlam Fasikan. So definitely they represent more than geography, like identity, spirituality also, and politics. So if you could elaborate on the role of rivers as symbols of identity and cultural markers.
Thank you. So this is a quote from a contemporary Pakistani scholar who has written a chapter on female agency in Punjabi folklore. And he says, the quote, which many of the Pakistani Punjabis in the audience would know, Ravi Rashkan, or Ravi, the land of the people of honor, Chenab Ashkan, or the land of lovers, Satluj Salikan, land of seekers of spiritual enlightenment, Sindh Sadikan, land of the true masters, Jhelum Fasikan, or land of transgressors from the path of love. So I think rivers are being tied to the long tradition of Punjabi love legends here as well. And in that sense, we find that these kind of proverbs capture, they capture a sense of sub-regional identity as well, because, I mean, the Chenab features in all the Hi Ranja, many of the famous folk love legends of the region. And equally, I think the river is invoked to refer to prosperity. So you have famous phrases like Uchda Burj Lahore da ni aisa goriye ode het vage Ravi Darya. And this het vage Darya becomes a phrase which keeps showing up, that below that structure flows the Ravi, or flows a river. And it shows up even in, the famous Kavali, Damadam Mast Kalandar, where there is a phrase which says, Uchda roza pira tera het vage darya jhule lalan. So again, the river becomes this symbol of prosperity in a water-scarce context. And this idea of Punjab as an extremely fertile land is also something that's new, because we need to remember it wasn't always the case. The canal colonies did come up in the colonial context. There are regions of Punjab which like the Cholistan Desert in southwest Punjab, where the songs on the river are about scarcity. So, so rivers become important in that context. But also, like Marjed Trumper's article on Thumri and notions of water and rain and liminality, how the river figures to symbolize women's liminal positions. So there are so many songs in Punjabi folklore, like Madam Noor Jahan's very famous song, Sanu Neher Wale Pul Te Bula Ke. Or there are songs like Vagdiye Ravi, which Udana Pamiria, which again, all these songs feature the heroine dancing alone near a water body in a sort of liminal state, singing for her lover, calling out to her lover. But and there's an invocation of the water body. So water becomes very important in these sort of gendered contexts as well. And once we started looking for examples, we found them everywhere. This is, of course, from popular culture from the 70s, 80s. But we found songs from the British Library's Young India archive collection going back to the 30s as well, where you had some similar songs. I'm not going to go around reciting all those examples, but I think it showed us that there is a rich archive of folklore, of music, of poetry in the region which centers around rivers, which needs to be looked at a bit more seriously. Especially, we have movements now for rivers in both Punjabs. In Lahore, you have the Ravi Bachao Tehreek, which activists like Abu Zar Madho are leading, where people are being encouraged to reconnect with the Ravi. Ravi shows up in songs like Sajjad Ali's Ravi as well, where it becomes a part of identity. So I think in Punjab, Punjabi folklore, rivers have a far more interesting relationship to identity.
So this question is about, again, going back to the curatorial narrative. I could see there's Thumri, they talk about instruments, but there's a strong focus on water. It's a thematic focus on water, and water as water as a material, and how it becomes central to music and performance narratives. Like in your work, the intermediality of sung narratives, and Radha's work, hydropoetics, comes into being. So if you could elaborate on this aspect and why there was this focus on water specifically.
I think when we started out, we did not really intend to have the focus on water, but as we were looking at or exploring different kinds of material to develop, to write the chapter about. For example, I looked at the sound archives at the British Library, the recordings of the performance about which I have written. It's called the Manusha Mongol. It's the epic poem of benediction about the serpent goddess, the cult of which is not restricted to the Bengal region, Bengal and Bangladesh, but all over eastern India. I have just looked at Bengal and Bangladesh. And once I started listening to the audio recordings, and I've written about this, so about the acoustic tag in those recordings. So it's not a seamless recording, but there are disruptions, there are pauses, there are repetitions, and how do you weave those in trying to, weave the story about this performance form, which travels in and out with different communities, and it is necessarily an epic about a river journey. The major chunk of it is about a woman carrying the corpse of her husband to the heaven to bring him back to life. So that is the crux of the story. So, and it also maps a geographical region which covers, its trans-border in its character. So it's when I was looking at the printed texts and reading them in terms of these sound recordings, which, as I've said, they are not seamless. And I was speaking to Radha as well as to how to develop this method of writing about these disparate sources. And that's when we started talking about hydropoetics and really shifting the narrative from land centricism. So going beyond writings or the way of looking at these narratives, which are so focused on land. So if we have a more, fluid, a hydropoetic way of looking at them or writing about them, what would that method be? So to that extent, I don't think we are offering something, final or concrete, but it's just an exploration that is that runs as a theme or as a practice throughout all the chapters. And in a way, all the contributors are practitioners. Somehow, incidentally, coincidentally, they are practicing some of the form. For example, Buddhaditya Bhattacharya, who has written about the Tanpura, the ecological impacts of how the size of the gourd of the Tanpura is impacting the practice of the Hindustani classical singer. He himself is a trained professional singer, and he brings that practice into that piece of writing. So this has been true for, I think, all the chapters. But the way we looked at water, therefore, came as a collective way of looking at all the writings, and that also informed our introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Buddhaditya didn't plan to work on Tanpura production. His research is on Bengali music making in Britain, but when he goes back to Kolkata to buy a Tanpura, he's hearing these stories from the luthiers, instrument makers, who are growing the gourds and saying changes in rainfall and other sort of climate change is affecting the size of these gourds. So it's in some ways, you don't, if you're researching ecology, you don't always have to go out to search for these themes. They, in fact, sometimes come searching for you, as Priyanka was saying as well in her discussion on Kobigan and the ecological themes. Similarly, in Punjab, there are enough proverbs which talk about that wealth, land, and women are the root of all conflict. But then you also have proverbs which talk about the indivisibility of water, which is, for example, Pani sota mareya kadi do nahi hunde. Even when beaten by a stick, water will never divide into two, to invoke unity amongst feuding family members. So hydropoetics is a conceptualization by John Ryan, who is in New Zealand, and he talks about this poetic sensitivity towards rivers, where rivers have a voice of their own, and it's not so much that humans are always ascribing something onto the rivers, but the rivers also have something to say, which So in a sense, it's the interaction between humans and rivers which we need to be sensitive to. So yeah, I think that's what I'd like to say.
I think that's a beautiful part about the interaction between people and the ecological features. And something I found interesting was, quite fascinating, was this dimension of community as an archive. Yeah, so, and there was, you talked about music and performance and how it emerges as a critical archive of community memory and ecological relationships. I remember of rivers being talked about as a giver of life, but also as an agent of destruction. And there was also a mention of earthquake as demons. And yeah, so that was quite, these fault lines of class, caste, and gender could also be seen. So I was just wondering if you can expand on this function of looking at music and performance and community as archives, and how did you go about it?
So my work has always been with communities of performers. So I specialize in looking at folk performances as transborder practices. So the two communities I have specifically worked with are the Patachitra makers, the Potuas, scroll painters from West Bengal, and also the Kobigan practitioners. Kobigan is a verse-dwelling form where there are two groups who are given a topic and they fight an impromptu battle in song. Which can go on for 12 to 14 hours in their longest form. But if you look at festival performances, you can also find something as short as 15 minutes. So my book, The Poet's Song, The Cultural Politics of Folk in South Asia, is about that one particular form. And as I said, I was traveling with it. While conceptualizing this volume, as I said, we were at the start of the pandemic, and I had already done a little bit of research on a festival that is curated especially for the scroll painters. This was in 2019, and I was coming fresh. This is held every year in the month of November. And it's interesting to see that, how they are given a theme and they paint on that, and a practice which is essentially both visual and vocal. So they paint the scrolls, they display them, and they also sing the story. How that has now shifted to only as a kind of decor. So it is more promoted as a craft form rather than a visual performative form. And incidentally, the theme of that festival that year was climate crisis. So they were all painting on climate crisis, and that is where that scroll on the Maharashtra earthquake came in. And scroll painters, they personalize, there is a personification of a natural element. So the earthquake is personified as a demon. Or, there are many scrolls, which I think every Potua paints on the 9/11, which is also, again, personified as a destructive figure or a demon. So my intention was just to, go and learn with them what was developing as this new practice among the scrolls. And then the pandemic happened, and along with it, the super cyclone in Bengal called Amphan, that also hit in 2020. And as a response to that, this community was also painting, what impact or what destructions the super cyclone had caused these communities, which also make us think about, the very disenfranchised, marginalized nature of these communities, where they paint what they, survive or how they live. And so while digging through that, I looked at the songs that they were creating about this particular phenomenon of the super cyclone, and then I went back to see what they had already depicted in terms of, earlier, destructions. And that is where, a large part of this chapter came in relation to what I had already documented at the festival, the songs that they were curating, writing, performing for the festival. One interesting thing that the Patuas always tell me when I ask them, how do you remember so many songs? And they would just say that they reside in our stomach. So every night when we go to bed, we just, recite and rehearse the way we would, chant, some lines of poetry. So that residing in our stomach stuck with me, and I've used that. I've written about that in the chapter.
I think that's really amazing. And this sense of the archive and, drawing on the past, what Priyanka was describing is production in the present, but also some memory of previous performances and the folklore that's coming down generations also shows up in the article by Ehsan Ihtisam and Rohini Menon on the flood songs in Malabar, which also has a really long history going back at least 100 years, if not more. And they look at this genre of songs called the Tufan Mala. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing the Malayalam properly. But it's a sort of genre of writing which emerged in the Arab Malayalam literary world in the 17th century, where religious devotional genre of songs combines with songs about meteorological or climatological crisis. So in a sense, they argue that Malabar Muslim coastal communities in Kerala would rehabilitate natural disasters in very spiritual or religious ways. And for example, after the 2018 flood in Kerala, the Mapilla Kala Academy sent out a month-long musical van, which was entirely done to mobilize funds for relief. So music was also used very politically to help with aid in that sense. So the archive was, in 2018, was building on these 100-year-old tradition of songs as well.
Wow, that's fascinating. Since we're talking about agents of destruction, so climate change is a recurring thread in the book that I was able to see, and it intersects with traditional narratives and generating new meanings every time. And so you talk about continuity, you talk about transformations, you talk about visuals, the new kind of metaphors, and reactivated myths, actually. So I was wondering that how do you think South Asian music and performing arts respond to the challenges of climate change, including floods, deforestation? There are other kinds of themes that the book also covers. So,
I think one familiar way of response is to talk about a destructive, creative power, so God or Allah or whatever the invocation, whatever the religion. Shebonti Chatterjee's chapter looks at climate crisis and COVID-19 on the coastal communities of in Goa and Colombo in Sri Lanka. And she talks about how Catholic affect is important in keeping these communities together. So I think given that South Asia is such a, it's so religiously oriented and there is such a variety of religious and faith traditions, one way of response is to draw on these older traditions of talking about punishment from, say, a higher power, that, this is because, so in the Malabar flood songs, the theme is that there is some imbalance between the visible human world and the invisible supernatural world. This is why this crisis has happened, and then this is God's way of putting everything back to, but that's the only way I can respond. Yeah. I think Priyanka would have more examples.
Not more, but I have one particular example which I mention in this book in my chapter. So this myth of the Monusha Mongol, the serpent goddess that I write about. So it was in 2020. Again, we only had access to a lot of online sources then, and I came across this YouTube video which is by a band, a Bangladeshi band called Shunno, which means zero. So the music video is called Behula, which is the name of the woman, the character who carries her husband's corpse to heaven and brings him back to life. And it's visually a very interesting video because it's designed as you would see, computer games like Prince of Persia or Aladdin. So they have made her into a kind of superwoman, and how she goes around, fighting with the serpent goddess who has actually killed her husband. And that video, when I looked at the responses on YouTube, cross-border fan responses, that they were like, they were profuse. And they were like, yes, this is how it should be interpreted, and this appeals to the younger generation. This is how, we see the Behula myth being recreated and alive. So that kind of interested me in looking at the digital medium or the importance of the visual medium in trying to connect these older myths and to see how they are being regenerated. Very recently, I was in Kerala and I was watching one of the performances from the region, folk performances called Chavittu Natakam, which is called stamping drama. It goes back to the Portuguese colonial times. And what struck me was this, again, this exhibition by K.R. Sunil, who's a photographer based in the region. And he has worked on the impact of climate crisis on this community. So his exhibition was called Stamping on Wet Ground, and how, the floods in the region, how they have impacted the way these performers cope and still perform as folk performers. And that, again, kind of solidified this idea of the importance of the digital and the visual in developing a method that we are trying to do in this book.
It's a question that it struck me in the very first chapter. That was the introduction, and it was about. But then I thought I'll ask it at the end. It's normally people ask at the beginning is the method. I could see a methodological shift. That was probably because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And because there was research, performance, and pedagogies were being reimagined, is what I felt across the volume. And I was wondering if you could talk about these methodological and pedagogical approaches in the book.
I think the main methodological intervention in the book is to say that we cannot consider the environment or ecology to be a backdrop anymore to understanding performance, to understanding culture. So there is a connection, a very direct connection between nature and culture. It has always been there, and in some senses, as Shugata Ray reminds us in the afterword, this binary, nature versus human binary, is a Western Enlightenment kind of gift. So it's something which wasn't always there especially in South Asian cultures, this division wasn't there as strongly. And a lot of the material that is showing up in the chapters and the practice which the ethnographers are showing also reveals that this binary, and given the state we are in today, I think it's only fair that we adopt that methodology more centrally.
Yeah. Great. Okay, thank you so much. That was one.
Well, thank you to our presenters for that fascinating. There's an important issue, which is that we have to be out according to the timetable this evening because we only have the lecture theatre booked until then, and we have musicians coming. So I'm afraid the break now is only going to be till past. If everybody could try to be back promptly so we could get the last sessions of the day to give those speakers time for their sessions. Thank you. It's really, it is really important because, as I've said, we do have to wrap up on time. It's not just a personal obsession of mine to keep to time. And our penultimate session for today, I can't believe how quickly it's gone, it's called Writing Through the Ruptures, Pakistani Tales of Strife and Courage. And we've got, we've got Faika Mansab, Sabah Karim Khan, am I getting these right? And Muhammad Ali Bandial. Right, so welcome, and we look forward to your session. We were suggesting 30 minutes, but if you could finish after 25 minutes, if you could take some questions, that would be lovely. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, well, just before I introduce it, I'm just going to text my wife and my father-in-law to let them know that we're starting, and they should come back. It's all happening. Okay, so we're going to do this as with short answers and move along quickly because we're strapped for time. So we have a tradition at the Khushwant Singh Literary Festival of bringing Pakistani speakers to the Kasauli Festival. And the army would pick the speakers up at Wagah Atari border, and there was always a strong army presence in the audience. And one of the founders, along with Rahul and Nilüfer, was, I think, then Brigadier, now Major General, I think? Lieutenant General, he's now Lieutenant General, Anant Narayanan. And I figure that even though, especially in these times of tension and worse than tension, it's very important to bring Indian and Pakistani authors and poets and thinkers together. And that's the approach I took when I was involved in cross-community work in Northern Ireland, where I'm from. And also, I think if it was good enough for the Jawans and officers in Kasauli cantonment, then it should be good enough for us to listen to people from Pakistan too. And here we have three, and one of them, three distinguished guests from Pakistan, one of them, Faika Mansab, has actually flown all the way from Lahore to be here to speak to you. So I think she's the author of this book, The Sufi Storyteller, which I've read and recommend, about the meaning of stories, about cooking, family, and it's kind of a thrilling cross-generational story of betrayal and, of course, a murder. I'm going to give you... Now, also, it's quite good because Faika was saying, I hate talking about my book. I can't talk about my book. So I thought this will keep us speeding along. So I'll give you the first line, so give you a flavour. Chapter 1 begins, halfway into her first semester teaching Sufi stories and their literary alchemy, BA 427, Layla Rashid discovered a dead body in the library. Dun, dun, dun. So that gives you a flavour. And we have Sabah Karim Khan, a filmmaker, author of Skyfall, from Karachi. And to be fair to her, she has come from Abu Dhabi, so very good too. And, oh yes, let me give you an opening line from hers. So Sabah and Muhammad share this book, which is called Home, It's Complicated, which is about being Pakistani, about Pakistan, and it's very good. But I'm just going to give you opening lines for Sabah. You're towards the back, aren't you? I've dog-eared so many pages that it's not actually helping me. Oh, here we are, right. And the chapter is called Where Stars Are Born Out of Anarchy. And it begins, it's approximately 8:55 p.m., somewhere between Karachi and Abu Dhabi. I'm on an Etihad Airways flight on my way home. Or perhaps I am returning from home. So where is home? And it's called It's Complicated, which is no wonder her husband was kidnapped and they had to go on the run. And the book starts with a real banger from Omar Shahid Hamid about his father's murder, his career in the police, anti-terrorism, ambushes, being targeted by the Taliban, and he went on to become a senior counter-terrorism police officer. Which brings me to Muhammad Ali Bandial, who is also from Pakistan, but he hasn't come that far today, so, not even South London? Central London, so you don't get a round of applause, I'm afraid. It's that cute face. Anyway, he was, as well as being an author of I Dream of Rain, He is a former Assistant Director of Extremism at the National Counterterrorism Authority. Am I right?
Yeah.
Good. And I'm going to read a tiny bit from yours so people get a flavour. This isn't your opening lines, but it's from, it seems relevant. This is, you say, while we expatriates don't like to admit it, the truth is that the thought of becoming an ordinary Pakistani again scares us. Being foreign makes us feel special. I guess it's that crow in me that refuses to grow up and still dreams of strutting about like a crane. Anyway, there you go. So, and me, my name is Paul Waters. I'm a freelance journalist with the BBC and other people, a lecturer, work in climate tech, and I have a book out which you cannot buy. It's not out until October. It's called Murder in Moonlit Square, set in Chandni Chowk in Delhi, which is near where my wife's from, who has arrived and is somewhere here, I think. Anyway, so to start, I suppose we should hear a little bit more about what your books are about. Could you bear to tell us just very briefly, Faika, the Sufi storyteller?
Yes, hello everyone, thank you for being here. It's a story about a mother and a daughter and their estrangement and how they come together. It's a story about lost stories about women and how these two women are, mining for them, looking for them, unearthing those stories from under debris of patriarchy and misogyny. And there's also a murder.
More than one murder.
Yes, let's begin with one. And, well, I mean, that's it.
Okay, thank you. There's also a lot of cooking, a lot of food, a lot of recipes, and a lot of stuff about stories. And we'll come to that.
Yeah.
But Saba, give us an overview of Home, It's Complicated.
Thank you, Paul, and such a privilege to be here. Thank you for being here. So I think the journey with Home, It's Complicated took about 2 years in the making. And I remember distinctly, I was at the Karachi Literature Festival a couple of years ago, and I met the publisher there, and I said, look, I'm really fascinated by this question of what it means to be Pakistani and what home means to so many of us. And I think that's where the conversation really began. I'm an anthropologist by training. I work at NYU's campus in Abu Dhabi, and I write for various publications. So when I wrote for The Guardian, for The Independent, for HuffPost, I realized all that's great, but the headlines somehow always offer representations of a place like Pakistan in an incredibly clumsy, cookie-cutter kind of manner. And it's clunky and it's reductive. And so Home, It's Complicated is really an invitation to start a conversation about Pakistan that doesn't whitewash it, that's not a PR exercise, but at the same time, it almost pulls you backstage and says, look, this is what life in Pakistan 360, kind of 3D looks like. And we're a nation of millions of people, 70 to 80 languages, and fascinating natural diversity. We cannot and should not be reduced to a breaking news sticker. I think that's really where the conversation with Home began, and that's why it's got a number of voices in the mix, Paul. So it's not just people who we'd see as book writers, and we can talk about this later, but it's kind of a more versatile range of voices. But I think the idea is to say we're not just a breaking news sticker, and there's more to Pakistan.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. You are one of the people that the curtain has been opened to reveal.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, to say that it's great is an understatement, since Mr. Khushwant Singh also comes from my grandfather's village, so it's a very surreal moment. But when Saba told me about it and you invited me to the panel, I couldn't understand what I was doing amongst these talented authors. But then I realized my aim is to shatter this myth that all writers are also great speakers. So I'll most probably put my foot in my own mouth. But my first book was, I Dream of Rain, started as during COVID. When I went off to boarding school at a very young age, the concept of being away from home was very new to me, and since I was always a reader, I realized that I had to tell myself a story about how my parents were doing without me and how the world was still going on while I wasn't in it. And that feeling crystallized again during COVID when we were in a lockdown and I couldn't visit my parents. So I used that emotion to write about this young boy who goes off to boarding school just when he's about to find that his father is more than just a father figure, but a human being with the same likes and dislikes. And that created a rift between father and son, which many years down the line, he gets a chance to revisit and maybe repair. And if he does or doesn't, I won't tell, so that you buy the book and read about it.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that strikes me is you're, I suppose, talking within Pakistan, but you all want a foreign readership as well. So your book is on sale here, Faika, and this is an insight into Pakistan and Pakistanis that you want other people in the world to read. I wonder, the knowledge that you're writing for foreigners or outsiders, people outside the family, does that change what you write? Does that influence how you write, Faika?
Not at all. I mean, when I'm writing, it's just my story and myself. I am not at all concerned with who reads my book. I think any story will find its readers. It doesn't matter, where they are, what the color of their skin is. None of that matters. It's just the human connection, I think, that a good story will...
But I suppose if you want to make any money, it's hard to make money selling books in Pakistan. There's so much counterfeiting. And in India too, but particularly in Pakistan, what I keep hearing from Pakistani authors is the only way to make money is to sell overseas, or maybe in India, and then I guess there might be a temptation to try and please them.
Like I said, I don't have any such temptation, and I don't think there's any money in writing at all. So anybody who thinks that, I think they're mistaken, or they've been talking to J.K. Rowling.
What are you guys? So you're washing Pakistan. I mean, you really don't hold back, the contributors to this book. If anyone wants to criticize Pakistan, there's no need. These guys do it. And I think it's a sign of maturity to be self-critical and to hold your own country to account. Were you worried either that people would not like it within Pakistan, or that you were kind of letting the side down by doing it in front of other people?
I think, Paul, I'd say that home hashtag it's complicated. The title itself is telling, because I don't think I'm trying to do something that the headlines do, nor am I sort of trying to say everything's perfect. But I'd certainly say that the punchline is I find that home hashtag it's complicated is not devoid of hope. It may not come sort of in this smattering in the face kind of way, but it's certainly, you see kind of light seeping in. I definitely see that through the pieces. Hospitality in Pakistan is a big theme that comes through. So it's sort of, I think it's everything in the mix. To come to your question about audiences, I mean, first of all, I have to say that I think I get asked this question about translation in Urdu, and we were talking about it earlier, and there's this sense of almost relief, might I say, that the book is not translated into Urdu, because that allows you to be a lot more uncensored, frankly speaking. But this book is certainly for, as much as it is for people within Pakistan, it's for people in the diaspora, because I think that's where the country is hugely misunderstood. I think it's way more misunderstood than India is. India does a much better job of marketing itself than we do. And so I think the attempt was kind of to say to people who may never visit Pakistan or who may never see it beyond the New York Times or the Washington Post, the idea is kind of to say, we're not just the bearded terrorist, the oppressed veiled woman, and the ragged child running through the streets. There is all of that, so I'm not downsizing the problems, but there's a lot more to the country. And the accounts are really raw and visceral and kind of close to the bone, and I think that's what I wanted should come out through the book. So the audience, I hope, is equally versatile.
Okay, I've got kind of an unfair question for you, Mohammed, and for all of you. I suppose it's, so you're in Lahore, London, Abu Dhabi, and I guess it's about your next generation, your children, and I suppose what do you tell them about their future? Do you say, yeah, you should definitely either stay in Pakistan or return to Pakistan? And is what you really think different from what you say out loud to them? And the reason that's unfair on Mohammed is because his daughter is in the audience. So what do you think? I mean, that's a tough question.
You've kind of put me on the spot because, as you said, she's right here and she's recording it. But we basically grapple with it every day because we were shaped by the dreams and expectations of the forefathers and the intergenerational trauma as well. And while we tell her that she's got to keep the link alive with the Pakistan back home, to be fair to her and to be very realistic, I am not keeping my hopes up too much or expecting her to comply to the Pakistan that I was aware of, because frankly that Pakistan doesn't even exist right now. Every time we go back, it's a different version. Not all for bad, but it's just not what I would tell her that the Pakistan I knew of. And I'm sure she'll find her own way, and whatever percentage of Pakistan she keeps inside her will be her own journey. I hope I can do that, but let's see.
And you can come back in future years and tell us what happened. Faika, what about you? Same question. What do you tell your kids about staying or going, and what do you really think?
I think, Paul, because Pakistan was created with an ideology, we look at Pakistan in a very philosophical way. And we forget that it's a country of real people going through real problems. I mean, look at other countries that were, new and were, born of strife and violence, and how they, came to be and struggled and went through all those issues. And I mean, I find America a very problematic place. It's like 300, 400 years, and it's, I've started to call it the heart of darkness, actually, because it is the one place where terrorism actually begins. That's the birthplace of terrorism, and then they export it to different countries where they want. And that is one of the things that has so affected Pakistan, because again and again, Pakistan has been the proxy, and we have had to fight their wars, and then we are blamed.
But then we bring it right back home.
Well,
I mean,
that's what
I'm the
saying.
oldest of 6 children from Ireland. None of us live in Belfast. 5 in England, 1 in Canada.
Because again, Ireland has a very similar history with Pakistan. A lot of religious
send your
strife.
kids away or keep them?
It's not a simple question, you see, and it's not up to me. It's their decision where they go. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is the message, and this is the, this is the reality of Pakistan, which I allow them to see, that it's a country that has gone through a lot of difficulties. It's a country that has been used and misused. It's still up to us to make it better every single day with every single choice.
Fair enough. Saba, what about you?
You know, Paul, I'll disentangle it into 2 parts. One is that I've got 2 small daughters who are 7 and 8, and I was talking to Mohammed and his wife outside, and I said, look, like we're constantly thinking of a way to move out to the UK because the UAE doesn't give us a passport. And so I don't want to be disingenuous and say, but I'm disentangling it to say, for me, I think there's a practical reality to the limitations of being on a green passport, which as a mother I really worry about, such as the other day a student of mine at NYU said, all of us visiting students are going to Oman for a trip, for a university trip. The Pakistani students' passports have been pulled back because they're not getting visas. Lots of parents couldn't come for graduation because Pakistanis no longer get visas to the UAE easily. So the pragmatic part of me as a parent says, hey, I would certainly want, in an ideal case scenario, for my daughter not to be the one to miss out on a work opportunity or a university opportunity. I'm not unaware of that. That said, despite being a writer in English, there are parts of my culture and a subtext in the Urdu language, in Urdu literature and prose and poetry that I absolutely cannot replicate in English. So the danger that's happening with the disillusionment around Pakistan is we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's to say the government's bad, this is bad, that is bad, nothing's working. I sort of don't agree with that. I do feel, I was at the Karachi Literature Festival in February. There were buses full of people in public transport who had come to attend and to listen. So there are things that are working, and I just feel like that cultural connect now, especially with pop culture, with social media, with Urdu rap being a big thing, I hope my daughters can actually be a part of that and enjoy that. But the practical limitations of a green passport are there, which I would like to circumvent.
Okay. Questions from the audience? I'm looking around. You have a unique opportunity to question these three distinguished writers. Okay, sir, down the front with a nice shirt.
Thank you. Where am I from? How do each of you answer that?
So the question was, where am I from? How do each of you answer that? Faika?
I'm a Lahori, born and bred. I love Lahore. I hate it. There are so many faces of Lahore, and I am fascinated by all of them. And I write a lot about Lahore as well in my books. So there's this little place called Miamir village in Lahore, which is obviously no longer a village. It's the center of Lahore now. But that's where my grandparents come from. And it is very near the shrine of Mian Mir Sahab. So I feel very connected to the spiritual side of Lahore. There are, a lot of saints buried in Lahore. So that is what I connect to most.
Okay, Mohammed?
So I grew up all over the country in army cantonments, and I went to my village like twice or thrice a year. So I never had quite a right answer, but if I had to pick one place, it would be Pindi, because, it's the very little things. Every Sunday I would go down to the Sunday bookstall. The whole roads would be lined up with books, and, just spending days on end going through classics, illustrated comics and novels. And I could tell you where the best samosa chaat is in Pindi. So I'd say Pindi would be where I am from, even though I've got nothing linking me to it intrinsically, but yeah, that's what I would say.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think for me, the equation I'm from Pakistan, but I think the equation has changed recently because I've lost both my parents. And I think when you lose people who are anchored in a place for you, the relationship with that place changes. Yet I think for me, the surreal realization has been that both my parents are buried in Pakistan, so that existential, soulful connect with Pakistan can never go. I write about Pakistan, my documentaries are about Pakistan, so I'd say Pakistan is what gives me purpose. But I think coming back to home, it's complicated, and the question of where are you from, I'm realizing now that for me, rather than this tightly knit, physical, corporeal entity like Pakistan being home, I think it sounds a bit cheesy, but I think now relationships define what home is for me, and that is family. So I think that's really what home is for me now.
So where family is, that is home. Thank you. Next question, please. Okay, guy in the white shirt. Oh, there's a mic coming. Luxury treatment.
This year, I think, marks, 25 years since the death of Nazir Hassan. Imran Khan, in trouble. But it occurs to me that there was a point where there was a certain kind of hopefulness, a certain kind of modernity in Pakistan, and it feels like there's a book to be written or something to be done about a certain kind of lost modernities. Sabah sort of mentioned this a little bit, but I'm interested, where are those zones of hope in Pakistan? I'd be particularly interested in what cinema is doing in Pakistan, if anyone wants to address that.
Okay, so where are the zones of hope in Pakistan, in brackets, especially cinema? Anyone want to?
I think Sabah should take it since she's in.
I mean, I'm so glad you asked that question, because there's, and not to do a plug-in for the book, but there's a piece that's written in the book on Coke Studio. And so your question about possibly not quite answering cinema, because I think that's quite a fuzzy, ambiguous terrain right now for us. We've taken a few steps back, I think, there. But, connected to that, I think something like Coke Studio, something like the literature festivals, they give me so much hope each time I go and see that, because I just feel there's a temptation to say there's complete darkness and disillusionment. And then you do actually attend. It's kind of like, I'll rely on something Arundhati Roy said, which I read recently, where she said, our job is to lay siege to empire, to kind of use literature and art and music to deprive empire of oxygen and to shame it and mock it. And I think that's what these, I'm not even going to say little, but really meaningful endeavors like Coke Studio, like the literature festivals are doing. And I think it's incredibly important not to throw that out every time we discard or reduce Pakistan. So for me, I think literature, art, music are the big hope. And lastly, I'll also say that speaking of modernity, that really speaks to me, because there's such a temptation to completely not recognize the very rich legacy of writers and artists that we had, like Ismat Chughtai, like Manto, who were feminists way before we started speaking of modernity in kind of quotation marks. And somehow Pakistan doesn't seem to acknowledge that as much as it should. So I think kind of revisiting that again gives me a lot of hope, and there's a lot of profundity there. So yeah, thanks for the question.
Just look, if there isn't one, I have one. Okay. Do we have time for one more? Oh, thank you. You've been very well behaved, so we have more time. Thank you. This is unprecedented. Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Mike is coming your way. Thank you.
Sorry, it's not a question. I just wanted to add to what was asked. We run a film festival, and this year our closing film, Glass Worker, was screened at BFI with Full House. So, and over the years, we have been screening number of films that come out of Pakistan. The content is amazing. So it's just that we need a platform to enhance that. And if nobody has seen this film, Glass Worker, they can look it up. It's one of the amazing films.
I like that the answer to your question is coming from down below here. So that is high quality audience here. Question from gentleman way up there. Madder, you're going to have to climb the steps. He's waving his hands up behind the fence. Further up, all the way up and round. Good. Thank you.
Just wanted to check. Can you guys hear me? Yes, of course.
Yes.
I just wanted to understand. All of you have experienced different cultures. Have looked at in your writings, in as you say now, and how do you classify the sense of identity, being part of the three different cultures, and what part of your culture, like for me, for instance, I'm Indian, but I've grown up in the Netherlands and now work in the UK. And looking at your definition of where you're from, I would say I'm Indian at heart, but European by necessity. So, but I wanted to understand about what part of your identity do you choose to show to the world, and especially as generations go by and your children, how have you been able to deal with this cross-culture question of who am I? Not where do I come from? Who am I now? What is my identity?
Okay, thank you. Mohammed, I'm going to put you on the spot with that one. Kind of what part of your identity do you share? And I think it's maybe about ranking it. Yeah. It's kind of which is the first and especially at generations. Okay, and as the family tree carries on.
Yeah. I'll try to answer it by an incident like every evening at exactly 6 p.m., my wife and I, we have chai. So once we were outside and she obviously wanted to have chai, and we looked everywhere and all we could find was this chai latte thing, whatever it was. So I guess your identity keeps getting diluted through the generations, and you can't be for sure what the next generation will stick to and what they'll discard. But for me, breaking out into old Punjabi songs or like having desi food, that's something no matter where I live, where I go, it still stays with me. About my daughter, I'm sometimes surprised when she hums along to old Lata or Kishore Kumar songs with me. I don't know where she picked it listening to me, and I grew up listening to these when my parents were like humming it. So these things, I hope that's an answer for you, because that's all I got.
Okay. Vika, what about you?
I think identity is problematic for me. I think it's like people want to put you into boxes and say, declare yourself, this is who you are, this is who you are. And that's not for me. I think we're all different people at different times in our lives. And we change and we grow and we are influenced by so many different things. Identity is constantly in flux. It cannot be pinned down, I feel.
Okay, let's see, do we have okay, there are hands way up at the back. Very inconvenient for you, Matter. Oh, do you? Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yes, go for it. Possession is 9/10.
Right, the expectation's quite high here now. I feel a bit... right, so yeah, I really enjoyed listening to all of you. I'm very much interested in what you were saying about identity, because my identity is incredibly mixed in terms of diaspora. My parents were originally from Rawalpindi, but we were Hindu Punjabi, or we are. And of course, after the partition, they had to leave and go to Delhi. But then my mother was offered a job in Zanzibar in Tanzania, where I was born. So then in 1962, a revolution took place whereby we lost everything again, and they came to the UK. Now, it's really interesting because obviously I live here now. I've got 2 daughters and a granddaughter and so on. And I feel that complete, diaspora person. I don't even feel... I mean, I am Indian, and of course, as you were saying, the Punjabi bit in me comes through with the language, etc. But it's very interesting listening to you, to the 3 of you, because the Pakistani bit in me, which should be there, I suppose, because my parents spoke Urdu rather than Hindi, and they were originally from Rawalpindi and then Lahore. I've never even related. I can't even relate, which is why I wanted to listen to all of you, because it's a part of me that I have grown up with, which has been a very strong feelings of hostility, because my grandmother was killed during partition. So it's something I want to capture myself in writing. I am an author, but I'm an educational author. And my question to you is, because I'm an educational author and I know how hard it is to impact on what you think, how powerful do you feel in terms of making an impact in Pakistan, in terms of bringing about change? Because that's what I'm trying to do with my...
Okay, so bringing about change.
Bringing about change. Because just to finish, in India, by contrast, I know a lot of authors and I read a lot of Indian literature. So it is very interesting, because I would like to think I could relate to this side, but I am very keen to know how you feel you can change the minds and hearts of people like myself through your literature and in the government of your country, or through whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Saba?
Sure. I was going to say that I've had a little bit of a journey with that question myself, and thank you for asking it, because I think I started out always feeling deterred by the fact that you've got to get out and solve world hunger. And if you're not doing that, then you're not doing your best and you're not doing good enough and it's not worth it. And I think the power of the pen has sort of told me that Genuinely, if there are a few lives or a few perspectives that you start changing through your literature, be that in English or in Urdu, you're starting to drop that little piece in the ocean. And I think that mindset shift has been really important, because if everybody started doing that little piece, it would make a difference. It's also surprised me over the last few years to see that it's not as if no one in Pakistan reads. Like I was saying, I've seen the turnout at festivals. The lady here was talking about the film festival, what a film that was. And so I think it's important not to paint everybody with the same brush. But I certainly feel, for me, literature and storytelling is the way to start really putting forward a narrative that is different from the ones that we're brainwashed to believe. And there are way too many of those. I think, being Pakistani, I realized that every time I passed through, somebody was asking about identity, and I was like, the part I'm always masking is when I'm at an airport and at an immigration queue, and I'm like, gosh, I wish this was a red or blue passport. So I think that's the power of literature, and hence, Home, It's Complicated came into being. I think that's where you start moving the needle.
Mohammed, do you feel a power to change things? Well, we'll come to Faika. I want to make you feel uncomfortable first.
I think I'm a little skeptical, but hopeful at the same time, because before we moved out of Pakistan, I didn't have really high hopes with the education sector in Pakistan per se, and the reader market in Pakistan, readership market, is also very small. But there's always hope that it's growing, and we've got a lot of Pakistanis outside the country who read. So like Sabah said, if maybe some of us also make an effort, it'll improve. But right now, I'm not holding my breath or anything, sadly.
Okay. It's all down to you, Faika.
I think all art is itself, the very site of change. So whenever there is art, there is change. And it's a relationship between maybe the reader or the viewer and the piece of art that... so it's a, I think, symbiotic sort of relationship. So there is always, I think, some sort of translation of that message, that effect. And, my first book, this House of Clay and Water, there's an intersex person at the heart of the story. And so many people reached out to me and said that, we had never seen this entity in the way that you have portrayed us. And we look at intersex people differently now. Because in our countries, they are, sort of oppressed, marginalized, and always on the periphery, never at the center, never looked after. So for me, that was a huge thing. It showed me that art does change. So, yeah.
Okay. We have come to the end of this session. I just want to repeat that these books are, this book is for sale outside, The Sufi Storyteller. I commend it to you. And Home, It's Complicated isn't, I don't think, for sale outside, but I would really recommend that you get it. It's excellent. And everyone in India should read it. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our speakers and to the chair for keeping us all to time and for really getting on to some fascinating discussions. And it was only in the last 5 minutes I realised I've read one of the books at least. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good. Actually, if you'd sit there, we'll take a little photograph. If I could get you all to stand up, and we'll take a little selfie with you guys in the background. And what better backdrop? So line up with our backs to those guys.
You can change that. I think they're taking it that way. Nobody walk off the stage, please.
I'm right handed, so I have to be here. So we're all in it, looking happy, squeezing in a bit more. Lovely. Thank you very much again.
So we come to our final session of this year's festival. And may I invite the speakers up on stage? Karan Gokarni. Karan Gokarni, Vilka Joseph and Radhika Howarth. May I invite you all on stage, please? What? I can't. Do we not have our speakers for the final session? Have we lost them? Oh, this is a new rebellion. Oh, that took a turn. Where are they? Oh.
Food memories? Is it that nani dadi ke haath ka khana? Or is it the food that we carried when we were traveling in train? Is it something deeper than that? It's political, so I think there is a lot to discuss. I'm going to start, Zilka, if you can just introduce yourself, please.
Certainly. Good evening, everyone. Much gratitude to the Khushwant Singh Literary Festival and its organizers. Just a pleasure to be here. And also grateful to Prabhu Gupta, my publisher. I was born in Bombay, I've lived in Kolkata, and I now live in the US. This is my 6th collection of poetry. But this particular book is very special to me because it's about the Ben Israel Jews of India, of whom I am a descendant. And I record many of the memories, food memories I've had, as well as memories of my parents, whom I have lost. But I'm basically a writing coach and an editor. and I mentor a lot of writers who are getting their books ready for publication. Thank you so much, Radhika.
Thanks, Zulka. Karan?
Hi, I'm Karan Gokani. Thank you so much for being here on what is probably the warmest day of the year. You're sitting in the lower ground floor, so big commitment coming out here and staying through the day for the last session. Last session, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you to the Lit Fest and organizers Nilofer and others for being here. And thank you for my father-in-law for actually putting me forward for this. You can't say no to your father-in-law. So he just forwarded an email. I just had to say yes. And I'm very glad I'm here. So when they first told me about this, they sent me one of those assets. And they said, can you post this online? And I think on top it says Karan Gokani, and below that it said academic and author. I think, first I said, apart from the face, I probably got this wrong, because there's definitely no way by any stretch I could classify as an academic. Author, I'm probably the only author without a book on the table outside, probably because I ditched my old publisher and moved on to another one. So I have carried one copy of it, which I hope some of you have. So I think the little introduction is only something I can send to my parents. Otherwise, I don't think it'll pass with anyone else. They'll be quite proud. But apart from that, I don't think I'll be publishing that anywhere. But if you've been to these restaurants called Hoppers, anyone been to Hoppers? Oh. So yeah, I'm very much a restaurateur, and I think I tell my stories, apart from writing recipes and sort of showcasing some of them on social media, through the food we present at Hoppers. So I've got 3 restaurants called Hoppers, Sri Lankan South Indian food, which I'm sure you'll hear about later. This book was really interesting, sort of a little bit of my coming of age story, my sort of discovery of Sri Lanka, and it was the sort of journey that took me from Bombay to London, South India, and then eventually Sri Lanka, and then a bit of an ode to this country that gave me so much of what I have today. But yeah, we'll talk about that later. And
thank you. So I'm Radhika, author of book, this is my debut cookbook, Flavors Without Borders. Really excited about it. I have a few friends here. So this book
we have the same friends.
Yeah. So the book looks at how flavors travel, but looks at what connects us all. So it looks at how the historical trade route, the colonial pathways, the spread of Buddhism has influenced food and flavors. It's produce-led, so it's one ingredient, 3 different cuisines, but there is a story that connects. But I cook, eat, and feed, and I just love food, and I think we all do, and I'm hoping Hoppers will treat us later on tonight. But,
I believe there's a fancier reception in Mayfair.
Okay. So starting with you, Zilka, just what does flavor of memory mean to you?
Well, both those are really key words, flavor and memory. And sometimes I think you can't do one without the other. And this particular book of mine, I've always had food poems and food writing scattered throughout my other books as well. But in this book in particular, those 2 words really come together, because I went back into Ben Israel history in India, and when they arrived in India and the stories behind a lot of my ancestors. And I realized that many of these memories, many of these stories are being lost. Mm-hmm. And the Ben Israel community is dwindling. There's a community in different parts of the world, but in Bombay right now there's less, or in India, less than 4,000 exist. And so in many ways, I was reclaiming my story, reclaiming my culture, reclaiming this history of this ancient community that is said to have arrived in India in 175 BCE. That means my ancestors arrived 2,000 years ago and became very much part of the Indian community. So those 2 words connect very deeply for me.
Mm-hmm. Karan, what does flavor of memory mean to you?
I think flavor of memory, I'll just go back to my first memories of flavor, I guess. I'll turn the question. I grew up in Mumbai, and before moving here 21 years ago, in a Gujarati family, and sort of your typical joint family. So I had my grandmother, parents, brother and I, we lived in the same flat. And then dinners, unlike, a lot of chefs, a lot of cookbook authors will go on about how they learned their food from, I've got my parents' friends here, so I have to be slightly careful about what I say. But, most people go on about how they learned it from their grandparents and mothers and stuff. My mom's a good cook, functional cook. She's getting a video of that. But so we grew up in this house where there'd be dadi, there'd be mom and dad and us on the table. And often there was a lot of conflict, as there is between in-laws and this thing. And then there was one more sort of triangle. There was one more corner to this hate triangle. There was sort of mom, grandmom, and our cook at home. So actually it was a very tense atmosphere because if one was behaving, chances are two weren't. But there was one man who we call Tatun. He's not my granduncle, but I didn't have a paternal grandfather, and I think I only remember him through my childhood. He was a bachelor. He was South Indian, of South Indian descent, and he'd come home with a plastic bag, completely unannounced. You could never get him to come home. You could never say, never invite him home. He'd never come when he's invited. He'd just turn up, and he'd always come with a little bag of vegetables and ingredients, and we were a vegetarian household. And then he'd cook, and he'd cook the most exquisite meals. And they were naturally South Indian. But I think when I look back now, it was more than those flavors. Those are the moments when everyone was laughing. He was the only one who could make fun of all three of them, and us. And, we were in hysterics on the table. He'd really get us together. And I think when you look back at memories, when you connect food, like some people go on about khichdi being their favorite food. I've never had that connection. I've not had that connection to khichdi or curry. I've had it to many other things. I have it to pizza in the modern day. But I think a lot of what are, sort of memories are associated with flavor, with taste, with smell. And I think that's something I've really started adopting, whether it's at the restaurant, whether it's through what I do on Instagram. Because effectively what we're doing is inspiring people. It's inspiring people or telling the story or connecting them. Whether they've been before, whether it's something from the past or something in the future.
So
and
it's
I think
the
for
smell,
me,
the taste, yes.
it was that South Indian meal. And weirdly, 20 years on, a Gujarati boy finds himself running a South Indian and Sri Lankan restaurant, which have all those flavors in it. And I'm just far more comfortable cooking, talking about that food today than I am of any Gujarati food.
So it's also, whether it's your roots or the food or the flavors. Also, when we look at Instagram and all this, there's so many people talking about mummies and that importance about keeping that, but also the utensils. Everything then becomes part of that memory.
Yeah.
So, Zilka, we're moving on. Your background is very interesting. We met in Delhi in February.
On a food panel.
On a food panel, yes. And Bene Israeli community.
Yeah.
I had been researching about Baghdadi Jews. I just assumed there was a connection. Please give us a bit of context, cultural context about who, where, and a bit about the culinary practices, if you can.
Sure. So India is actually home to three large in the sense of prominent Jewish communities. The Ben Israel community is considered the most ancient, supposedly arriving 175 BCE in a shipwreck. So there are wonderful stories connected to Alibag and Naugaon, Maharashtra, both of which I've mentioned and talked about in my book of poems and short prose. And then we have the Baghdadi community, which came later in the 17th and 18th century. So you'll find beautiful synagogues and libraries also built by them. The Ben Israel were considered the most Indian because they lived in the villages of Raigad all along the Konkan coast. And because they had lost everything, they maintained a few of the tenets of their religion, including the kashrut law. So they kept kosher. And one of the poems I talk about how this legend of how they were tested, whether they were kosher. And they were not discovered till the 16th and 17th century when the missionaries came and visited these villages. So they were basically completely by themselves and discovered much later by the missionaries. And then we have the third community of the Jewish community from Cochin, which many of you are more familiar with, and the Pardesi synagogue in Cochin. They are of Sephardi origin, so Spanish and Portuguese origin. Many of them fled the Spanish Inquisition and moved to different countries. But it's also very interesting because the Portuguese in Goa also continued the Inquisition, and the Jewish community had to leave Goa, and they fled to the Malabar coast and came down to Cochin. And then there's another long story there between Kraganor and Cochin. But coming back to the Ben Israel community and coming back to the food, so our food is very much connected with Maharashtrian and Konkan food. And talking about dietary laws, many of them continued to be vegetarian because they did not know where the food came from, or it was not kosher. And of course, to be kosher, you have to have a hazan to do the practices. But what they ate a lot of fish, and like all coastal communities, rice and coconut were very much part of their food. So you'll see a lot of the coconut and the rice and the fruits of the communities, of the regions. And what's very interesting, and I think one thing that probably distinguishes probably most of Indian cooking from Ben Israel or Jewish cooking, is that you don't mix dairy with your food. So the major substitution or the changes or the creative ways of using food became using coconut milk and coconut products. And so therefore coconut becomes a very large part of the dietary laws, or the embellishments, or the filling in the Jewish puris, or the various kinds of curries that we have. So those are the major connections that I would make. And of course, these foods now have, it's more, they're not as much is made in regular homes now because it's more difficult to make these foods. But the title of my book is called Sweet Malida. Malida is the name of a very, very simple dish, and it probably, there is some version of it in most homes. So even the Muslims have a malida, the Parsis have a malido, which is all made of poha, flattened rice, which I will read later.
I was just going to say, because I read the poem,
yes.
There is a lot there, emotional about, you talk about the mother's hand, so there is that nostalgia,
Correct.
There is spirituality, there is a lot. So please tell us.
So should I read it? And then a lot of the time I'm going to illustrate with my poems. So I'm going to read Sweet Malida to you. There's a lot of the role of the mother and the grandmother, so the agency of the women, as well as historic storytelling that I'm trying to do with this book. Sweet Malida, a mix of water, softened, flattened rice, sugar, dried fruits, and nuts, was a dish made for Shabbat or for breaking our fast. Cooling, light on the palate and the body and the spirit, it was welcome in the heat of day or night. We had many foods in common with our Muslim, Christian, and Hindu neighbors, and we often celebrated together their festivals or ours. I relished particularly fresh coconut, the regional staple, its milk or its flesh added to almost every dish. But this was to me the best way to eat it, finely grated by my mother's hands, left unsweetened and sprinkled haphazardly on the malida, juicy threads with a fleck of stubborn brown kernel here and there, that sometimes crunched in your teeth like sand, and you winced and you swallowed it, knowing there was no simpler or purer or truer form than that. And the Malida is also connected with the Malida ceremony of the Ben Israel Jews, of which I can speak of later. Thank you.
Karan, to you. Fascinating background, Bombay, Cambridge, law, hospitality, and that too, Sri Lankan, South Indian food. Tell me, are they, I know you mentioned it very briefly, any flavor memories from your childhood that has shaped how you think about food today?
I think that was the answer to my first question. I've really jumped ahead.
Right.
But I think I'll take this opportunity to turn the question again into why Sri Lankan, I guess.
Yeah, I was
which is probably something you might ask later. It was interesting. So it wasn't far away from here. When I spent a year at Russell Square, studying law. After having finished my Cambridge degree, I was doing the LPC, and I ended up having this group of Sri Lankan friends. Before that, Sri Lanka was only this tiny nation that we competed with in cricket and often beat. But there was nothing more we knew growing up in India at that point. Today, it's the flavor of the month, and I'm very happy that it is, because it's just such an incredible country. But I think, so at that point, really made some very close friends, ended up going there for the first time in that summer vacation, just before I started my job in the city, and fell in love with the people before the food. And I just think these were, being Indian, I think I can say this openly, it's like light India, or sort of bite-sized version of India. So very often if I have friends saying, listen, we've got a week and we're going to India, I said, look, take that week, go to Sri Lanka first. And when you have a month, go to India.
Right.
Because India is a lot more overwhelming, and there's a lot to see, but it'll take you a month to get under this, under the skin of it, even two cities.
Right.
Whereas Sri Lanka, you can do a lot in a week. And, it's the same recommendation that goes to all of you. If you haven't been already, it's just such an incredible place. And what else, we found that there was that little, firstly, the food really struck a chord because of the previous story I just mentioned. It's very similar to South Indian food, particularly sort of Kerala food. Northern Sri Lankan is more Tamil because of their obvious influence. But the rest of the Sinhalese food has some very close connections to Kerala. But with lovely tones from Southeast Asia. So you've got more lemongrass and you've got pandan leaves and things which you don't see that much of in Kerala. And I guess when it came to opening a restaurant many years later, I'm fast forwarding now, the question really was, what food are we missing? Not what is the city missing, not what, where there's a business need, but what are we missing? And I felt South Indian was definitely something that we missed in central London, presented in a nice way, not having to travel out and eat, at a little sort of mess style place, which is still fun, and I still do it on weekends for an experience, but, presented in a nice way where you can even take friends and introduce them to it. And then we said, actually, Sri Lankan is also, so this was with my brother-in-law, and he also had some Sri Lankan friends, and he wanted to do a Sri Lankan concept. So we said, actually, we could bring these two together. And honestly, I'm sitting on this panel talking about culture, but the only culture I knew really was my love for the people, for the place, and for the food. And it was very superficial. And even till today, I tell my team, I said, listen, let's talk about food. Let's celebrate the food. Let's not go into geopolitics. Let's not go into the communities, because somehow in that region and everywhere in the world, today, we've got ways to divide ourselves. And if you just avoid that conversation and the narrative, then you can really celebrate what is this vast sort of slightly meandering array of cuisine across nations. Because it just changes a little bit. It doesn't change dramatically. Even in India, if you go down from north to south, I think it changes much more than it changes from south to Sri Lanka. Right. So we've kind of carried that on. Right. And it's worked magically, because Sri Lankans come there and say, this is the best Sri Lankan food we've had, because we've slipped in some South Indian flavors. And South Indians come in there and they say, oh, we want to try Sri Lankan food, and find it's very familiar, because it is South Indian in many respects. So we kind of win on both ends. And today, 10 years on, we have come into this sense of confidence where I say our menu has some Sri Lankan items which we have researched, which we have traveled multiple times and really come up with the best versions of. Lots of South Indian, most of my team is from South India, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And then we've come up with things that are just distinctly hoppers. So we have the 3 buckets, and we kind of develop those 3, but we don't change it too much, because after all, people come back for similar flavors.
Right. And did you travel a lot?
Of course. I love how she uses research. This is what I use with my wife at home as well. I've got a 4- and 7-year-old. So anytime I go traveling, I have to call it research. But yeah, the most selfish reason was to create more of a connect with that part of the world where, a large part of my heart still sort of resides. And to be able to go legitimately back and forth. And obviously, we pick up so many influences and inspiration.
Yeah, because I was, again, reading about, there's so many different influences there, the Dutch.
Exactly.
The deviled eggs has a story, and the lampares.
The lampreis, yeah.
The lampreis.
Yeah.
So have you, when you were planning the menu, when you were deciding, was there thinking about wanting to tell stories through the dishes, or take people on a journey, or?
I think it's the subtle that we go for. because you kind of need to, in a place like London, you're talking to a very wide group of people. You can have people who know the Sri Lankan food better than you. You have people who don't know where Sri Lanka is on the map. Then equally, you have people coming in thinking it's all Sri Lankan or all South Indian. You've got to slowly play that card. So I think from that perspective, we don't make it obvious. We have masks on the wall, we have subtle touches. I think the way I talk to the team again is when people leave, they should feel a sense of having been transported. Now, like I said, the journey could be forward-looking or backward-looking. So if you grew up in Sri Lanka, you might see a little mask. We've gone into those details with rattan chairs, with some antiques placed strategically across the room, the way we serve our dishes, and obviously the effort put into researching the food and recreating some of it and creating some of it in our own way. But I think the idea is subliminally, when someone walks out the room, they kind of feel that they've been transported without the obvious. When you see a menu which says, this is going to take you to Sri Lanka, then chances are that they've not done enough in the dish itself or the space itself.
But I know of people who've been to Hoppers and then have come back, and this was at work, and they said, I think I'd like to go and explore Sri Lanka.
I think this for me is the ultimate goal.
Yes.
And
that's a good way of putting it.
We fly a flag for a country, and I think it's become this thing where food is a medium to tell a story. But the story need not be on your plate and need not be on the menu, but it gives you a platform to be able to go off and then, at moments like this, tell a bit more of a story around.
Zilka, again, there's another very beautiful poem in the book called Green Kanji and Destiny. Yeah, where again you're talking. There are lots of with the poems. It goes so deep. It's a memory, it's about family, it's about you growing up, right? So what I wanted to talk to you and find out a bit more about, does writing about this help you understand or keep in touch with your identity, especially when you have roots in so many different places?
So Green Kanji and Destiny is really about a memory that I went back to looking for, like as a child, we have green curry. So kanji is the Maharashtrian version of saying that. But I didn't realize probably at that moment that I would be this food obsessive. And that poem sort of recalls that image of how when this curry was served to me, and that I couldn't stop eating it till my mother decided that she needed to remove the dish from me completely. So most of my poems will give you a sense of actually the ingredients and the smells. And of course, we're talking about senses. And you cannot have poetry or writing without senses. So I think for me, all these sort of come together. And it's something I can't help. It's so much part of me that I didn't even realize that I was writing so much about food in some of my other collections as well. They have different implications in that depending on the collection. But here, history became very important. And recording the histories of my mother and my grandmother became important. So then I have poems about the besan ladu. I have the green kanji poem. I have poems about the chirota, which is this lovely feathered little production. And I think I'm going to read that just so that, because I'm going to use these poems to illustrate really what we're saying. And you can also have that very, very sensory experience. And this one is called A Chirota for My Thoughts. And many of you have eaten this Maharashtrian dish of, so the puri is a version of this. The same dough is used, but the filling is coconut and mainly coconut and dried fruits. And then the whole thing is folded over like an empanada and fried. But the chirota is just the flaky pastry. A chirota for my thoughts. This fine, flaky treat was often made from leftover chironji dough, rolled out in flat circles, ghee smothered with fingers, piled on each other, folded and rolled again, full of hidden pudders, feathers which fluffed miraculously as it rose up singing out of hot oil, a crisp golden disc, delicate as eggshells, dusted with sugar or drizzled with a glaze, then studded with pistas and charoli, eaten so fast the fine sprays of crumbs settled everywhere like dust. I pressed my little index finger into it and sucked or licked off the old dining table with my tongue. Some days, paralyzed with lostness and weak limbs, I pretend unhealed wounds and home fallen to ruin are made whole. Broken slivers I salvage from inside those stainless steel dabbas, indestructible dabbas we owned, etched with our names. And Radhika, now may I take this opportunity to ask you a little bit about your book?
Please. Because I've run out of questions.
Let us talk about
yes.
the inspiration for your beautiful collection of recipes and stories.
Yeah, so Flavors Without Borders is kind of an extension of my growing up, my heritage. I grew up in India. My mother, my father, half Punjabi, quarter Bengali, quarter Mangalorean. My mum, 6 Masis, everyone married into a different caste in those days. So one Masi who lives here married a Hyderabadi Muslim, one married a Sikh, one married a Kashmiri. My mama married a half Armenian. So it's just, I grew up with just being very curious, and I just took it as normal that all these different flavors were part of the kitchen. But then I realized how lucky and privileged I was. So that's where my love and curiosity about wanting to try different things. And then there was the other thing, I felt that food connects everywhere, whether we traveled in a train, second class compartment, everyone opening their dabbas, and then that sharing, the give and take. That is a fond memory. So that stayed with me. And then I came to UK. I've been in London for 30 years. And I love eating and food. So that always helps. You know, it just took me to a different journey. My husband's half Spanish, half German. So every time I'd explore something new, but I was also making those connections. And I think that this curiosity and I call myself a flavor enthusiast, and finding all the connections that hold us together.
That's amazing history. And I think we become more connected the more we are connected with all these different cuisines and make it our own.
Yeah, really. And especially in this day and age, I don't want to go into a political thing where the narrative is different. I think it's all about focusing on what holds us together.
Absolutely.
No borders, no boundaries.
Yeah.
I think should we
let's
open up for any questions, any thoughts? Okay. Is there anyone here with a...
Yeah, somebody there.
There's a lady in the blue.
Yeah, a couple of people.
Yeah, okay. Lady, the blue. Does anyone...
I think we can hear you.
Okay, we can, yeah.
I can repeat.
The microphone, yeah.
So my question is to you, Karan, and this is for your session.
Thank you.
Oh, kotu-rotis.
Thank you. I think, well, I don't think there was a ranking system there. I may not have come across as clearly earlier, but food at home was more functional thing. I grew up in a family of doctors. My younger brother's a doctor, my dad's a doctor, very functional thing. You know, it was meant to be tasty once in a while, but it was, this is on the table, eat it. The cook at home, depending on his mood, depending on, you know, where he'd been earlier in the evening, the food could be really good sometimes, but consistency was definitely an issue, and I think it's something I've learned, that at a restaurant you can't have that consistency issue. My maternal grandmom, who we didn't live with, was a fantastic cook. She was fantastic, and I think more than just being a cook, she was very curious. And she was a food enthusiast. I love that term. And, you know, she'd travel with my grandfather, who was this flamboyant sort of businessman. He'd go all around the world. And she'd get all these gadgets home. And till today, when we cleared their house after my granddad passed away, all I said I want is the kitchen cupboard. I want to take some of those little gadgets away. And even 10 years ago, these were very relevant and fantastic things. So I think my curiosity for food and cooking came from there. But more than cooking, I think it's a love for feeding, which came from a lot of influences. Even though mom is not, she can be a very good cook, but like I said, functional. Very often it's the other way around. She'll call me up and she'll be like, listen, that recipe you made for me when I was in London last, can you tell me what it have? So I'd say, listen, it needs this. She's like, oh, I don't have that. Maybe I'll just use this instead. Right. I don't have this one. I'm not going to be bothered to go and get it, so I'll just leave this one out. By the end of it, about 6 ingredients. She's replaced 3 of them, left 1 out, and maybe used 2. So I was like, this is a dish of your own. Right. But that's the kind of cook mom is. So some things she makes really well, and she's got that mother's touch. But we didn't grow up in a house where, definitely not like yours. I mean, I want to come and eat at yours and your extended family, but food was functional. So I think it was one of those that I think it's a curiosity that just kept me going. I'm still very curious, always dying to know, and I feel extremely lucky today that I've got some of the best chefs in this city, in this country, and the world as friends who I can, if I'm having a technical issue in the kitchen cooking noodles, I can call Andrew Wong and ask him how he does it. And I think that's very exciting. I think I still pinch myself every morning when I wake up because that dream was not too long ago to be in a professional kitchen and, in this restaurant world. So I don't know if I've answered, but I don't think I want to give myself a rank because I'm being videoed here.
We have more questions.
The gentleman in the yellow.
Yellow shirt.
It's probably the air and the water.
Yeah.
There's always the ingredients are the main thing,
yes.
right?
The water, people often don't take water into account, but why does pasta taste different in Italy? Right. Water really is, majority of the food you cook.
Right.
It does play a role in the way things turn out. I think skill is something that is transferable, but then, even kitchen equipment, you'd get different kitchen equipment there, even if you can bring things across.
Thank you.
Not always. I think that's a stereotype that people sort of often, go on about. But we've got a lack of hygiene here as well. It's not very clean at Hoppers. So.
Yeah. We have another question.
We've tried to recreate as much as possible.
So thank you for this fascinating journey into the world of flavor, memory, and the sensory experience of food, and it's evoking a lot of personal memories for me. But one thing I didn't come across was this whole, when we talk about farm to table and the whole experience of, when you eat, there's really kind of gratitude to the hands, not only of your, the parents or the cooks who prepared it, but those who grew the food, and what sort of conditions allowed for, these particular cuisines to evolve. I mean, did they require, laborers? What was the context in which these foods emerged? And of course, the climate, the sun, the soil. I was wondering what that broader, since we came from an ecological session before this, I was just wondering about that question.
Okay. Can I jump in very quickly? But I'd love all of us to talk about. Since, we didn't have the time to delve into several other pieces in my book, there are references to some of these ingredients and the way they're grown or the way they're brought into to the table. And there's one particular poem where I actually mention in some of the short non-fiction pieces where I actually talk about all the dry fruit that comes to Newmarket from Afghanistan and how it's brought by these people to Afghanistan. So there are references, little bits of references in the books which we could not, I couldn't read everything today, but this book does have some of those, and now I'll just pass that on.
I mean, I don't know. I think very superficially that there's another, I can link those two questions. Something I love, when I'm in South India, when I'm in Sri Lanka, I could go all vegetarian, almost vegan for a week. But when we come back here, criticism we used to get a lot of at Hoppers in the early days was, you don't have enough vegetarian food. But honestly, it's even though our markets are today filled with vegetables, particularly in this country, You'll see all colors in the shelves. There's very little flavor in them. Tomatoes being your best example. I use tinned tomatoes in all my cooking. And I kind of balance it with some sort of acid because Italian tinned are much sweeter. And obviously there's concentrated juice in there compared to the Indian sort of slightly more tart tomato. We're in season right now, some mangoes. They look the part, but again, they've been sort of artificially ripened on the way. So they've been picked green, and you can tell the difference. The one thing I find is you smell a mango here, no matter how good it looks, you'll never get that smell.
Exactly.
And back in India, the first thing we do is before you even squeeze a mango, you smell it. So I think that's another reason why food doesn't taste the same. Maybe not the dosa, because I guess the coconut, the chutneys and the sambar and things like that, you'll get the fresh veg from here.
And talking about mangoes, in the US, they wouldn't import hapus, Alfonso mangoes, forever.
We had
and
that
they
here as
only
well for a
recently
while.
started, and I pay an arm and a leg to buy at least 2 mangoes every season just so that I can taste the hapus again. And
You've not been to Bombay recently, have you? Bombay's become so expensive, so I think price
so
differential
anyway,
has
for
changed.
me, it's that, like, I need to taste it. Just taste it, you know. We get mangoes from the Caribbean and Mexico, which are not going to taste anything.
But there's also that emotional connection.
Exactly, with that smell of it.
the
But
smell
I
of
could
mango.
just smell it and be happy. You know?
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
gentleman there.
Gentleman over there.
Yes, he's put his hand up a long time ago.
Sorry,
Thanks, Angel.
It's fascinating because reading your poems, I get a sense of you want to maintain tradition. And listening to you, I think you're talking about fusion. So where do you stand between maintaining tradition and fusion in both culture and food?
I'm going to jump in and then maybe Radhika. For me, because this book focused on the Ben Israel culture and tradition, I've written about the foods that I saw my mother and my grandmother making. In my real life and my other books, I may have poems that cross the borders several times. But here, I'm also talking about how Ben Israel food is Indian food, because we are so much part of India and the fabric of India. And now I'm going to allow Radhika to talk about the fusion aspect of it.
So I've got a different perspective. I think when you write recipes, when you talk of traditional recipes, we tend to, there's always this term used, is it authentic? And I'm beginning to wonder, because recipes evolve.
So much.
You said your mother dropped 3 and adopted 2, and I'm sure that was delicious. So recipes, we try and want to keep that emotional, that nostalgia that this is authentic and this is traditional. But I feel, different country, different cultures, different ingredients, and our way of life, they evolve. So we want to keep the dal and our nani's recipes. And I find the fusion quite exciting. And in fact, I have 10 what I call radical with a K-A-L recipes here because, this is exciting where we can combine flavors. It's all about being open-minded. Fusion doesn't have to be confusion. It can work.
I think, again, for me, I've thought a lot about these words, fusion and authentic. And I think fusion for me, somehow in my head, it has a bit of a negative connotation today because so many people try to do it. It's almost like trying to make things fuse when they don't. Mm-hmm. It's like mixing water and oil. Whereas I'm a Gujarati boy, grew up in Bombay, living in London, cooking Sri Lankan food. Yeah. And I've spent 20 years of my life here with friends from every community and every country. So by nature, I've imbibed a lot of stuff. And if I'm naturally curious about food, I think I've developed a style. Now, is that a fusion style or is that not? I think if today you give me 2 cuisines that I didn't know how to cook or I didn't know enough about, I tried to bring them together just because I was writing a menu and wanted it to sound cool. That for me is more that sort of negative fusion. And then the flip side is sort of authentic.
Yes.
Again, I've sort of thought a lot.
That becomes like an artificial sort of imposition.
Exactly. It's sort of just trying to make it
organic,
fit. Whereas
organic.
I think as long as you are, this is my whole point on authenticism, is I think authenticity is an intention. And I don't think it is, you have heritage, but just, your grandmother and my grandmother might have grown up in India. but they would cook the same dish very differently, but whose is authentic?
Yes.
And I think that's the whole point, because very often people come, oh, that's not how my grandmom cooked it. I said, but I don't know how your grandmom cooked. And, you know, to be honest, my grandmom, one grandmom didn't cook, and the other grandmom was a very good cook, but, you know, cooked in a different style. So I think it comes down to intention, and what are you trying to represent? What are you going to trying to tell? And I think, you know, in our world of food, the word cultural appropriation has been used a lot.
Yeah.
And honestly, I've come to this point where the only time something is culturally appropriated, and I'm going to use the Indian context as an example, is if you have a brown person cooking bad Indian food for a white audience. That is cultural appropriation. Because they are using heritage and skin color to represent something that should not be represented in a form. Jamie Oliver coming and cooking an Indian dish, no matter how badly he does it, the reality is he is introducing it to an audience I might not ever have talked to. And today, if he introduces it to them, tomorrow they might find me and they might come and cook a slightly different version. Again, not an authentic version necessarily, but a slightly different, slightly more sort of thought out version of the dish. But I think everyone's doing cuisine of flavor. And I don't think there's anything like sort of, like I said, apart from that one context, cultural appropriation.
That's extremely
can I?
context. One more question.
Okay.
I think we're getting
We
killed.
just, Can we just take one last question?
Yeah.
There's a quick observation.
Sorry?
A quick observation and a question.
Okay.
Shall I continue or stop?
I think
now that he started, please continue.
Yeah.
Yes.
About mangoes.
The dinner will get spoiled.
I'm sorry to say I disagree about getting good mangoes here.
I'm glad you do. Tell me where you get them. I'll come and
Sure.
with you.
100%. You're most welcome. I'm not in food trade. I'm not a fruit seller, nor I run a restaurant. But I'm very proud and very happy because the thought was connecting communities, getting Indian flavors and Indian food to people, and again connected to storytelling. So this is all linked. So I'm making this. In this last 3 weeks, at 6 different locations in England, I did a mango and misal pav festival.
Where were our invitations?
Yeah. We were trying to connect.
Good.
We were trying to connect. It was, I don't want to go on and on and on. It's all over there. So we asked people to taste, and if they want to buy, they buy. It was free tasting. Misal pav was authentic because 4 different misals. I bet in UK you don't get it anywhere.
Oh, wonderful.
4 varieties of misal, what you do. So this was an exploration because the thought came from a tribute to Indian cuisine and Indian flavors, connecting communities, taking misal pav beyond Maharashtra. That was the thought. And now my question to you is, from your experience, because you're in this business, first and foremost, welcome to Manchester. I come from there. Hoppers is not there, so I don't know about it.
I'll come for misal.
Yeah, you're most welcome. Anyway, we might do it next year. So the question is, what is your experience? It is the emotional connect, or it is just hygiene and food and kuttu paratha and Karan looks handsome, so let's go and meet him. So what is that constantly brings people? What is that? I want to learn from you.
Thank you.
My experience has been different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see you outside for sure.
We will just...
I want the mangoes.
Yes.
Right.
Do you want to answer that very quickly? Because I think we are...
We really
running out
need
of
to
time.
end.
I'll answer in person.
You can do it afterwards.
Okay.
Okay.
One, okay?
Yeah. In fact, I have a last.
What? How can we keep having one last question?
Okay.
I might as well walk off.
No.
One more last question. A quick
So
one.
unprofessional.
No, I think the question's been retracted. Has it?
Okay. Can I just make
One second. Yeah.
Very quickly, it's a point actually addressed to Zilka. You said that Ben Israeli food is really Indian food, and that triggered the thought in my mind that I have a number of Baghdadi Jewish friends from my Bombay school days.
I have friends right in the audience here from Calcutta, Baghdadi Jewish friends.
Yes, and I have some from Bombay, some good friends.
Yes.
And they have said, all of them consistently, that the only country in which they haven't suffered anti-Semitism has been India.
Absolutely.
Is that something that you would agree with?
Absolutely, because I grew up in Bombay with all these different communities around me, and to date we are very much a beloved part of the country, and which is why in many ways so much information about the Ben Israel has been lost over the years, and I'm hoping that this book will bring back interest and the fact that we embraced we lived among the Muslims, we lived among the Baghdadi Jews, we lived among the Parsis, and we were very much part of the community. I have a poem in here about halwa, which I talk about what was halwa in the past and what is halwa to the Ben Israel. I've tried to cover ground by bringing together history in this book. And yes, it is a country. We've had incidents in the past of violence, but yes, we are one of those countries where we are very much part of the fabric of India. And that's why I'm so proud of being from India as well.
Right. I think we need to wrap up. Zilka's book is on sale. My book is outside. We'll be there. Please come and have a chat with us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
you.
Thank you for that end to the day. Well, this part of the day, there's now a happy break. Happy break, so everybody's going to be happy till 6:15, and then there's going to be a concert in here, music, so please come back at 6:15. Thank you to our speakers and to all the speakers today.
No, we found one. We found one. No, that was for you. That was for you.
Leave it in the green room and spit it out. I can leave it here so it's.
Just leave it here for now. That's good. Thank you. Okay, Mario, we also have those mics, the smaller mics. So I think every time we have now, we do a little sound comparison. We get your sound, we can check sound up. Okay. It might even be that we don't even need any of this. But let's just do a little comparison. Let's see what it sounds. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. I'm not supposed to give it to you, but anyway, I'm going to give it to you. Give it to the security in the main reception. You know downstairs. No, not here. The main building. What the security are? Yeah. I need to go to something outside. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you did. So, Georgie, do you know where all like the outlets are on the stage? Okay, cool. I'm thinking. Placement. Yeah. Placement. I'm almost like you.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Two.
1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Do. Test. Do.
Maybe like towards your bong.
Testing 1
Good
2
to go.
1 2.
Looks like get all the arms